how do we account for Dr. Beers?
I already took care of it with me.
Okay.
Can I have a board member certify closed session, please?
Madam Chair, I certify to the best of each member's knowledge, the Williamsburg-James City County School Board, while in closed session, discussed only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, as stated in Virginia law, that only such public matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Zoller?
Mrs. Donner.
Aye.
Ms. Hummel.
Aye.
Mrs. Hunley.
Aye.
Mrs. Young.
Aye.
Dr. Beers.
Aye.
Mrs. Ortega.
Aye. And can I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Donner?
Mrs. Hunley.
Aye.
Mrs. Young.
Aye.
Dr. Beers.
Aye.
Mrs. Donner.
Aye.
Ms. Hummel.
Aye.
Mrs. Ortega.
Aye. Thank you. And we will move on to agenda item 4.01, announcements, superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 weeks ago, Mr. Dowell and Dr. Worley and I had the opportunity to surprise the Jamestown High staff with a wonderful announcement. Principal Howard Townsend was named Virginia Outstanding High School Principal of the Year by the Virginia Association of Secondary School Principals. Mr. Townsend has created a strong collaborative culture that is focused on student achievement and success at Jamestown. He leads with integrity and caring, and he puts students and instruction first. I am so proud of Howard for his passionate dedication serving the Jamestown community and for earning this well-deserved award. As the school year winds down, the celebrations for the class of 2023 are heating up. Please join us tomorrow, Wednesday 7th at 5:30 p.m. along the Duke of Gloucester Street to celebrate our graduates. Students from all 3 high schools will parade down Dog Street to celebrate their accomplishments. We'll end our week with our formal graduation ceremonies at Hampton Coliseum. As a reminder, Friday, June 9th is a non-attendance day for all students. Finally, WJCC residents are encouraged to keep an eye on their mailboxes. In the coming weeks, the WJCC Schools Community Newsletter will be delivered. Contained inside our celebration of our students' and staff accomplishments and ways to partner with us. We're excited to share this new communications vehicle with the larger community. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Herron. Certainly a full week of activities this week. We're looking forward to it. Moving on, I believe we've heard there are no citizens wishing to speak this evening. Okay. Then we will move on to item 6.01, design progress update for the Jamestown High School cafeteria expansion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Snipes is going to introduce this item this evening and present our guests.
Good evening, school board members, Dr. Herron, and the viewing public. In June of 2022, the board awarded the architectural services for Jamestown High School cafeteria expansion to Hudson and Associates in the amount of $235,080. The WJCC Standard Operating Procedure for Architectural and Engineering Services directs the architect to provide the board with periodic updates on the progress of the project. The proposed cafeteria expansion will expand the existing cafeteria space and would include an additional 7,000 square foot of space to meet all building code upgrades and fire separations. Tonight, Richard Corner, a member of Hudson and Associates and an architect, is here to present the update for the school board. Mr. Corner?
Hi, welcome. Thank you all for having me. This is an interesting project. It expands a cafeteria that was probably always a little too small for a high school of this size. So we will be adding, our original scope was between 6,000 and 7,000 square feet of additional space. We settled on the figure you see at the top. We will not quite be doubling the actual seating capacity, but with the additional capacity, it lets the throughput of it increases the throughput of the students so that they're not trying to jam the entire school population through in short periods. They can actually have a decent lunch period. Most of you all are, if not all of you, are very familiar with Jamestown. It's a large, expansive school. Kids will take, 5 minutes to walk from, just to get to their lunch period. So this is going to give them a little more flexibility in their scheduling. The budget is currently set at $2.3 million in the CIP, I believe, Marcellus, but we've been discussing that with the facilities folks, and I think they're going to be, they will be seeking more money in the light of the escalation and the inflation that the construction market has experienced. Where we are in the process, we're prepared to make the 65% submittal, I'm going to say right around June 19th, thereabouts, June 20th. And, we've been trying to think of ways to utilize this space for something more than just lunch. Don't take that from me, take that from the school's principal, who, they're hard pressed for a variety of uses around there for after-school activities, but especially testing. So we're thinking of making some subtle touches in order to make this addition a little more flexible for that type of use. Also, there really aren't any bathrooms right near this particular cafeteria. They're flung elsewhere in the school. And the sense was that if we were going to be using it for testing, and if we wanted the students to have a convenient spot really to kind of wash their hands from a hygiene standpoint next to where they eat, it would be good to add these small bathrooms. They were not in the original scope. They were not in the original budget. So we're treating them as what we call a bid option. If the funds allow, when we actually open bids on bid day, that's a design feature that can or does not have to be awarded, but could be awarded. Let's see, what do I point this at to actually make it? Oh, well, that would help. Hit the right direction. Great. Here's an aerial view of Jamestown High School, which, by the way, is one of the nicest high schools I've ever been in. It's just magnificent. And this is the second project we've done in that school. We were involved years ago with Thompson Engineers working on the HVAC replacement, so we're very familiar with this school. I love this school. I digress. The rectangle you see circled in red is the existing cafeteria, and it's right next to the auditorium above it, and then to the left of that rectangle is the actual kitchen area. Below it, you see the courtyard that divides cafeteria from the gymnasium. It's a very nice space. It's somewhat utilized. It's not really well utilized. It pains me to put our addition there. There's really nowhere else to expand the cafeteria. But you'll see we're trying to actually do some nice things to preserve some outdoor space adjacent to the existing commons, which is to the right of the cafeteria. And here's that enlarged plan. Again, on the right-hand side are the commons with all that nice daylight and view into the courtyard. The gymnasium is at the bottom. Existing cafeteria is at the top. The auditorium would be above that, and the kitchen. And so we will be expanding in this area. And here's that floor plan. We've made certain design moves in order to minimize the actual contact with the existing building. This is a technique we use when we add on to buildings, so that the less contact that we have with the existing building, the less we have to do to it, to alter it, which is frankly a savings of money. So we've located those small bathrooms up here in this upper right where we actually have some plumbing that we can connect to. And then the sanitary line will have to go underneath the slab here where we can make a connection down toward the kitchen. The restrooms will open off of the commons, so the students can go in there first and come out. If they're in testing, they can just run out, run into the bathroom, and they can get right back. So we actually have a little small outdoor courtyard here. There's a very large, a 24-inch pipe that transitions to a 30-inch storm drain pipe that runs under the main school here that drains that large center courtyard space. So we have to keep our foundations off that pipe. It's way too large and expensive to try to relocate, so it makes sense to position these little transition pieces on either side of that. And then we'll have the cafeteria here. You can see we've actually got a line right in the middle, north-south. That is a line that can divide the cafeteria in half so that maybe only half of it would be used for lunch at any given time later in the day. It would also give you some flexible use for after-school activities. Maybe two organizations could meet in there, one on each side. It also gives us flexibility for testing so that we could test on either side of that. That also was not in the budget originally. It was not contemplated, but we are planning to include that operable partition so we can open that up as a bid option. A couple images of what it will look like. The image on the left is a sort of a far away view of the school. You can see that commons area down there. If you look down in there, you can see that little courtyard that we've left, and that's pictured on the right. So we'll still get the daylight coming in from the, into the commons area. If I were standing out toward the athletic fields looking back toward the school, this is what I would see. We don't have a lot of windows, but what we did was put in large monumental windows. So students would actually get to look out over the athletic fields while they're eating lunch. And it mimics the design of the original school, follows that pitched roof line of the commons area beyond. A couple interior shots. You can see we've got trying to bring daylight into the space. The upper right is what it would look like from the commons looking at that new restroom area. The bottom image I'm actually in, as I'm walking into the existing cafeteria, I can walk through and look through and see to my left the additional seating of our addition. And then the upper left is actually in the addition looking back toward the kitchen and the existing cafeteria. So we said we're right here on the cusp of our 65% submittal. The value engineering session is scheduled, I think, right after the 1st of July. I think it had something to do with funding. But we're thinking about prepping what you'll see is an early bid package for rooftop HVAC units. I should digress. What we really do when we prepare a slide like this is we fill in the bottom line first, and then we try to work backward. And that's what we've done. And we've got a very optimistic and aggressive construction schedule, but we're in position to meet that schedule, and I'm happy to say. However, that said, there are some what are called long lead items, such as those rooftop mechanical units that can take, depending on the type of unit, it can take anywhere from 6 months to 12 months to buy these things today. It's a very odd and unpredictable situation. Fortunately, we've split it. Instead of one giant unit, we've got two smaller units. We think they will be easier to acquire, and they'll give us more flexibility in terms of the way we use that space and be more energy efficient. So we're aiming to have everything finished and ready to go for the 2024-2025 school year. Those are our marching orders. And we'll write the construction contract in that way. The contractor, again, he may be compressed. It may affect his bid, but in this environment, contractors like to work quickly. They like to work on school projects in the summer. The summer's not as long, you know, it's only maybe 10 weeks. And moving the start of school up is pinched that off a little bit, end of August off a little bit. But we're very confident that this can be met. It requires that we hurry along to finish our design, which we're aiming at September 1 or earlier. And we'll try to get this project on the street by September 10, get the bids received. But again, if we can get that early bid package out mid-July for the HVAC equipment, that lets Williamsburg, James City County Schools contract for that equipment early. Then it's already in production, and the contractor can take delivery of it in July of 24, set those units on the roof, bang, we got AC, we're ready to go. If we don't order those early and we wait until award a construction contract in November, we've lost what, three and a half months of production. So we're aiming to accommodate that request. Again, from a funding standpoint, Marcellus, I don't know how that award works, but you know, by July 1, you should have money available to commit to the HVAC units.
Right.
So that's all good. And with that, I'll turn it over to any questions you have. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. I don't want to be Debbie Downer. I love the glass. But to be consistent with the other schools and safety, are we going to cover that glass with the mascot things like we do at the other schools so that we're not seeing all the kids at one time? That's just a question. It's beautiful, but are we going to?
That would absolutely be the plan.
Yes, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
So it lets the light in, but then the students can see out.
Right, thank you.
Ms. Hummel?
Yes, thank you. I was just wondering about the complete construction, August 15th, and I'm like a question about the occupancy. Like, what happens if you miss that date because of unforeseen circumstances and it's 30 days delayed? Does this impact when you're actually in their building and you've got students that are in school? Are we running the risk of not being able to open the school? Or like, how does the occupancy work if you slide past the start of school?
That's a great question. If you look at the line above the bottom, next to the bottom, you'll see June 16, 2024. That is the approximate end date for school that previous term. The contractor goes to work in that cafeteria and does what he has to do. Now, a lot will depend on whether we award those bathrooms or not. That adds to the work to do inside the cafeteria, the existing cafeteria. But we have 100% confidence that the existing cafeteria will be complete by August 15. Okay? So you will have a cafeteria. You will have a place to serve food. That's written in stone, and the contractor will probably have to enforce that with some hefty liquidated damages. But we don't really see there's just not a lot of work to do in the existing cafeteria by virtue of the way we've laid this out.
So you can be all under construction in that separate building
Yes, ma'am.
and not be complete, and it doesn't impact our students.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. In fact, let me go one step further. We would probably be able to, I don't know if you can see the little red dot, but we could probably be able to open that as an emergency exit, even if the interior of this space is still under construction. You know, we will be able to take delivery of this to the extent necessary to make sure that we have what I would call safe and secure occupancy. This exit will be open, and this will be, yes, your question is actually quite right, because this whole courtyard is in effect a construction area, but it requires the contractor to do a lot of work out there and have that area prepped. That's the good news. He's got a lot of time to do what we would call surface work, you know, ground work on the ground plane. The things that are going to slow him down are going to be things like vertical construction, steel, those HVAC units, certain types of light fixtures, surprisingly. But because this is only about a 6,400 square foot addition, we're not buying things that I would call are very unusual that should stress the schedule. But if we have any come up short on hitting that timetable, we will certainly be able to sit students in here and have them exit safely and make use of that space.
I would also like to add, there'll be a construction manager on site that will ensure that we meet our timelines and our mile markers, so.
And then just one more question, and this is related to the bathrooms. There's single person bathrooms, or?
No, it's actually divided. There's a male side and a female side. We discussed how to set that up, and this arrangement actually is the most efficient in terms of the least amount of space coming out of the existing cafeteria. I think there's a urinal and a water closet in the boy toilet. There's two water closets in the girls' toilet. There are common sinks out here, outside, so that this is the paradigm that I'm told has been used at the current schools and the school planning.
Okay, just from a security standpoint,
Right.
that always bothers me. It just, are we gonna have the cameras? Are we gonna have whatever from a?
Well, we worked on that. That's a great question. We worked on that with Marcellus and Jim Falzone, their team, and the principal of the school, Marcellus. I think he's looked at it.
To Townsend.
Meets their expectations for safety.
All right. Dr. Beers, I think you had a question?
Yeah, I love the look of glass. It worries me a little bit because of the ability for people outside to see inside the cafeteria unless you're going to be doing something with that glass. But the other part that I also am a bit concerned about is the glass exterior doors. I'm trying to understand the little area outside, or they're looking at the fields and they're going to come into the cafeteria through those glass doors.
That's really an exit.
How
They could come in that way.
do we have exterior doors on the other cafeteria?
Part of it, Dr. Beers, is how the building is positioned, quite honestly. I'm right behind you, sorry. Whoop, sorry. Hey, it's me. So we are on the baseball field at Jamestown looking in this way. So maybe if you go to the aerial view, can you show the aerial view?
Yeah, it's
With the Google aerial.
So ultimately, I think that the campus is generally closed off back there to begin with, and that's part of a safety and security feature with respect to that. Other cafeterias have doors in and out. For instance, War Hill, because of the common cafeteria concepts, got doors right out, as does Lafayette. So I don't think that is uncommon when it comes to our cafeteria systems at the high school level.
So we obviously have security measures in place to deal with those exterior doors in the other schools, right?
We do. There are adults that are in the cafeteria. There will be adults in this cafeteria, but this also backs up to the back of the building versus the front of the building, which is another, I think, safety and security feature.
At the
There's
rear
a
of the
fence
facility, there's a
line right
fence.
across here.
Yeah,
And
there's
it
a fence.
doglegs back and catches an
Go to the-
emergency exit out of the gym.
Go to
Let
your
me show you
last,
real-
go to your last
I
slide.
should have pointed that out
Yeah.
to you. So we are preserving that fence line. There's a fence right there and a fence right here, short. So we are keeping small vestiges of that original fence as the security barrier, so that
Go to your last slide, Richard.
you can't get in there.
Can't get it. See that fencing? Oh,
Sorry.
fencing to the left of the
Yeah, there.
addition.
Blends into the design,
Yeah,
but it's right there.
There's a bit of fence right here and some fence right here. So you can't just come in off the ball fields and go into those inner courtyards. I'm sorry, I should have pointed that out.
Does that answer your question, Dr. Beers?
Sorry.
Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, but glass isn't bulletproof, so It's lovely. You want to have, sunshine. I get that. But following some of the other things that have happened around the country, it just makes me, stop and think about that. That's all.
Ms. Young, did you have a question?
And, I've forgotten it. I'll think about it for a minute. I'm sorry I got involved with what was being said. So.
Any other questions around the room? Is that it,
Yeah,
Mr.
that's it
Snipes?
for the James.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Corner.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, then we will move on to item 6.02, design progress update for the renovation of the Lafayette High School Annex Building 900.
Again, thank you for allowing us to present tonight. We have Ms. Baker from the firm of Mosley Architects here to present the design update for Lafayette High School Annex Building 900. This amount, we provided the award to the architectural firm in June of 2022 in the amount of $251,025. And the project will include in services to produce detailed designs, construction drawings, and specifications, some of which she's here to talk about tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction.
And you can sit down if you like, Ms. Baker.
I'm so short, sometimes I
Okay.
but let me know if you can't hear me, I can talk louder. As Marcella said, I'm Emily Baker. I work for Mosley Architects, and I'm the project manager for this renovation at Lafayette High School's Building 900 renovation. Today I'll talk about the general scope, both exterior and interior, as well as the timeline for anticipated completion. First off, I just wanted to start by calling out kind of 4 main goals that were established early on in discussions. One of those is being enhancing the security of the building and that general site area. It's fitting that we talk about the Jamestown High School courtyard because we'll be talking about more secure courtyards in this project. A second goal was to really maximize the functionality of the existing building. Hand in hand with that is maximizing flexibility of those spaces. We could be designing it for the current needs of the high school and other non-traditional programs of the school system, but are there ways that we can make it so that as needs change, those spaces can change and flex with that need in the future. And lastly, just the fact that the Building 900 hasn't seen a good solid renovation in quite a while, and so with this renovation, we would be including some major mechanical, electrical, plumbing upgrades, as well as all new interior finishes. So here up on the screen, I have the site plan to the left, just to get everyone's bearings, is a Google aerial view with the Building 900 highlighted in red. You'll see that's adjacent to the main building of the school, with the existing covered canopy connection going from the main school over to Building 900. To the right, you'll see our civil engineer and landscape architect's site plan, oriented in a similar way, which shows some of the features that will be included in the scope from an exterior standpoint. One of those, circling back to the need for enhanced security, is that we will enclose this courtyard. Let me see if I can work this pointer. Okay. Currently, this courtyard is not enclosed. So we will be adding fencing along this line right here, as well as along this line right here, in order to make that courtyard secure. That will allow students coming from the main high school to leave these doors, go through the secure courtyard, and securely enter Building 900. I'll show you where that entrance is on the floor plan momentarily. In terms of maximizing functionality, currently there's some drainage issues that is occurring in this area, a lot of water pools with heavy rainfall. So that will be addressed during this renovation and fixed with a new grading plan. And since the water won't be pooling in that space anymore, We thought it'd be a great opportunity now that it's a secure enclosed courtyard to have some seating options, both built-in and loose furniture, that could really be used for a variety of reasons. You could have students go out there and eat during lunchtime. You could have small breakout groups of students working or studying independently, or even have a full classroom out there, honestly. So it really increases that functionality of the courtyard space. Just from a practicality standpoint, we will be providing extra large double gates where my pointer is located in order for maintenance staff to come in and maintain that courtyard. It's always important question that comes up. Otherwise, the rest of the exterior scope includes removal of this mulch area where I'm highlighting right here, as well as the playground and mulch area over on the other side of the gym. These were used by the childhood development program that no longer exists in Building 900, so that those will be removed and replaced and reseeded with grass. So moving inside to the floor plan, on the left-hand side, I have a floor plan of what is existing, and on the right-hand side, we have the proposed renovated floor plan. Going back to our main goals, we took a look at the utilization of the existing Building 900 and found a lot of areas were very underutilized. So our goal was to find a way, reconfigure the space to maximize those functions and have that be flexible for a number of different uses. Just walking briefly about what is currently there. We have the gym that's primarily used by wrestling located here. We've got some drama storage for the theater program. This quadrant up here was where the childhood development program was located, but it no longer exists there. And honestly, those spaces are designed for pre-K children, so won't work for high school classroom sizes. So those aren't really usable as is. Jumping over here, we have a cardio area that, in discussions with staff, has been decided that it itself is kind of underutilized, and some of that cardio equipment could move inside the main building. And so you really wind up with, and also with another athletic feature, there's the boys' locker room that wrestling sometimes uses, but it's been discussed that wrestling can certainly use the locker rooms in the nearby main gymnasium locker rooms. So we're really left with this lower right-hand quadrant, which currently houses the two non-traditional programs for the school system, the Learning Lab, in this lower area, and the GED program in these two spaces right here. Is intended that those two programs will continue to occupy Building 900, so we wanted to make sure we accounted for that in the new floor plan. Jumping into the new floor plan configuration, we did, in general, leave the wrestling area, gym area, as is. However, the goal would be to make that more multi-purpose. Currently, the wrestling mats appear to just always be out all the time. So we would be installing some mat movers that roll up and hoist the wrestling mats up onto the side so that you could actually use that space for other uses, whether it's athletic uses or even larger meeting spaces. There's going to be a projector, data, power opportunities there so that you can have a larger meeting gathering space in that area without stepping all over wrestling mats. The current building is quite a labyrinth to walk through, if anyone's ever walked through that. So kind of a main goal of ours was to make wayfinding make sense. So we essentially reconfigured the rest of the building to have essentially one main intersection with two main corridors crossing each other to maximize the function of the space. more or less to the, essentially, if you split this building down the middle, to the left-hand side is the high school functions, and on the right-hand side, more or less, are the non-traditional program functions that have been identified that are needed in this building. However, I will note that the idea is that if, for example, Lafayette High School needed more classrooms or one of the non-traditional programs moved out of this building, Lafayette High School could easily, take over those classrooms and use it as their own. That's kind of the goal. You'll see right here in the middle of this core intersection that there is that door that separates kind of the two sides. And so in the event of Lafayette High School needing to use more of that space, that would simply just be unlocked. Currently, with the division of the non-traditional programs and the Lafayette High School functions, that door does give you that secure ability to distinguish those two areas of the programs. So on the Lafayette High School side, we have 4 well-sized classrooms that can hold up to 30 students. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're providing both women and men group toilets, whereas currently there's only men, for the classrooms, any functions going on in the wrestling multi-purpose space, as well as a kind of multi-use office breakout space as needed by the high school. Where my cursor is pointed right here is the entrance that would be coming from that secure courtyard. So the students and faculty would be able to come from the main school through the secure courtyard straight into the building and have access to those uses. I want to point out for the non-traditional programs, we will be retaining, at this point, the Learning Lab program, the GED program, as well as adding the Reset program to this building. So we have created a secure vestibule entrance that goes directly from the parking lot. So in this case, students or members of these non-traditional programs for the school system don't need to be going through the main high school. They want to have direct secure access to their programs in Building 900. So we've created a secure vestibule that will be staffed with a security check-in guard that will then check in students and allow them to continue on to either the Reset classrooms up here in the upper corner, the Learning Lab classrooms here where I have circled, and then the GED classroom does have its own. It was requested that it has its own separate entrance as well, because that's the only program that also occurs in the evening sometime. So they really wanted direct access from the exterior so that the GED students didn't need to be walking through the rest of the school. They could just come directly into the GED area, and they have a private toilet room. They have a testing and small group area for that space. And then just generally touching on some of these infill spaces, auxiliary spaces. In red, we have opportunities for several offices, conference room, a kitchenette to serve the Reset program, and several individual toilet rooms, as well as a faculty toilet dedicated and a faculty workroom. Really, none of those programmatic elements exist in the school right now and will really help the functionality of all of these programs coming in to the building. From an exterior standpoint, we're really not doing too much. It's a brick wall or brick wall assembly that we're retaining. We're going to power wash it, clean it up a little bit. The doors, all the exterior doors will be replaced in kind, as will the existing windows, which really are just these. The original use of this school from the 1960s was like the auto shop and the building trades, and they essentially had 0 windows. So as buildings progress and change their function, now we're going to be using it as classrooms. We definitely recommend doing several new punched openings. So you'll see these located here, surrounded by like a little aluminum profile similar to the 1990s renovation of the main school. have that similar appearance. But that just allows natural light into the classrooms, which should be a given for the quality of education. And lastly, touching on the timeline, the highlighted area is kind of where we are right now. We've had a wonderful series of meetings leading up to the 65% design development package that was delivered earlier in May. Kind of similar timeline as the cafeteria project. The VE process that's required will take place in July, after which we will receive the VE recommendations and anticipate coming back to you all in August with our final design for approval. By October, we anticipate getting this project out to bid, with bids being received in November and being awarded in November, December. You'll note at the bottom of the timeline here that the actual on-site construction is from next June through December 2024. The reason that we are looking to push and get this project out the door, out to bid, and awarded by December is kind of as the gentleman touched on right before me. Certain elements have very long lead times, and by awarding the contract in December to a GC will allow them to start sending in submittals and allow them to order those long lead times, so that when they're able to enter the building in June, right when school lets out, they already have those long lead times on the way, items on the way, and it's not going to hold them up. That's what makes us very confident that this time period from June to December 2024 will be adequate to complete this project and have it open and ready for the 2025 spring semester. So, thank you, and I'll take any questions anyone has.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any questions around the room? Ms. Hummel?
Similar to my last question about the occupancy permit piece. So if you start in June of 2024 and it's not open until spring of 2025, I'm assuming does that basically close off the entire building for that 6-month period of time?
It will for that semester, and we've been working with the school system to identify areas that, wrestling, for example, can take place inside the main building. The learning lab and GED programs will be relocated temporarily, and then it'll be ready in January 2025 for them to return.
So and this is really more of a question for Dr. Heron, for the alt ed and the learning lab, that there's no space for them until spring of 2025, where are those?
They're going to start next year in the space before the work actually starts. And then when we're at a point where we can move in and start the work on the building and the construction design's finished, construction's been awarded, we're going to look for a temporary space for those programs. We're even looking at some of the rooms within our own buildings here, potentially. So it'll
not the main high school, not Lafayette.
No, ma'am. No, they'll have to move to another location because there wouldn't be room in the main high school building. So there will be a disruption of all of the non-traditional programs while this renovation is taking place. And we may have to look for a storefront or something like that. If we can't find something like that, we're looking for temporary space even within this building.
Okay, and then if you don't mind going to the diagram, that one right there. So you're saying that those four, the three at the top and then the one to the bottom there, those are all going to be high school classrooms. Is that correct? Those four?
Yes, ma'am, and they're high school sized up to 30 students.
And so, and then my question, because I think when I had toured Building 900 in the past, there was always kind of a concern issue about bathrooms and access to bathrooms, security between some of the alt ed classrooms and the learning lab, and particularly going into the regular classrooms. And so I'm just wondering how, because you've got alt ed and you've got the security, but then you have the learning lab, and you've got basically two different categories of students, and so I'm just wondering how the security is going to work with the bathrooms between both of those groups, because they're kind of different.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for bringing that up. That was discussed throughout our series of meetings, and I'll try to use this pointer, which I clearly have very shaky hands. But the learning lab, which will be in this space right here, with a operable partition between. Sometimes it was identified that sometimes they broke into two smaller teaching spaces or one larger. Either way, they're going to check in at the secure vestibule, and then they have direct access into their classrooms. And then they do have a dedicated toilet room and dedicated storage for their storage needs. Now, I will say across the hall, there are 2 additional single toilet rooms. It was identified for the non-traditional programs that single toilet rooms were desired. So the Learning Lab students could certainly use those across the hall, but those also are intended to be used by the reset program as well. So just in general, I guess to summarize, the non-traditional programs have a total of 3 dedicated single toilet rooms and a dedicated faculty toilet room. Whereas on the high school side, there are 2 group toilets, and that really comes from the fact of you have to have a certain amount of fixtures based on code, and because we have this assembly area considered in the blue, it necessitated this number of fixtures for that use.
And I think another thing I'll point out, Ms. Hummel, is that as we've gone through this process, we are incredibly focused on cross-functionality and being able to use spaces in different ways. So the word classroom is written up there. That's the way it's being designed. But I believe we've talked about some partitioning walls and the opportunity for some things to be smaller and some things to be larger, thereby giving us the flexibility to utilize the space as necessary at the time. I hope that makes sense.
And Mrs. Hummel, as we move into the future and we gain more students over time, this could become the non-traditional programs might be moved completely somewhere else, and so this has to be ready for normal school use as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Young, did you have a question?
Right, I do have, and I actually thought of my other one too. The last time that I was there and we took a tour of Building 900, and we were taken to the drama storage area, it wasn't large enough for the kind of programs that they put on at Lafayette, and I was hoping to see that area would have been expanded. Was that looked at all? Mr. Kiefer might answer that question, but was that looked at? Because it seemed crowded to me. It was very crowded, and there was comments made at that time with you, and I don't remember who the other person was. It might have been you, and but how small that area was and that it needed to be expanded, and I don't see that in the plan at all, that there would be room for expansion for drama storage, because I mean, Lafayette does amazing shows, and I don't want that to end, but I think they needed more storage, and so I'm surprised to not see that in there. I'm surprised that nobody said that. I'm looking at Mr. Kiefer. Do you have the answer to that?
Well, I would say that as we began the discussion about this, there might have we wanted to protect the space for storage for the drama program, just like we wanted to protect the space for the wrestling gym multipurpose area. So they're not losing space. There are also probably opportunities within the drama storage at Lafayette and or in a couple of our other buildings to perhaps utilize the space that is there differently and more efficiently. But we're not talking about an expansion of the drama space.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still concerned about that. I'm just going to state that.
I mean, just to add to that, Mrs. Young, I think over time you can only really allocate a certain amount. This is actually a huge space for storing drama and theatre production items. And so over time, I think there's got to be a process where you get rid of some as you add more, otherwise you take over a whole classroom. And so,
You could take the
so I think by having some limitations, it's really not a bad thing over time.
Right. No, it was just something that ticked in my brain. And I have a question now for Mr. Snipes. Hi, Marcellus.
Yeah.
And Dr. Worley, because Dr. Worley was the, I'm sorry, this has nothing to do with Lafayette. I just don't want to forget my question about toilets for going into that new addition to, at Jamestown, the expansion of the cafeteria. That's a very small bathroom. Where is the next nearest bathroom to that small bathroom that may or may not be added in there?
Directly across from the auditorium. If those restrooms, if we had the design up, those restrooms are in the upper left-hand corner of the cafeteria. Right. The auditorium is right next to those, and directly across from the cafeteria, there are men's and women's restrooms.
Okay.
Auditorium.
Because I could just see if they were a long ways away, that would be a super big bottleneck for student traffic. Okay, you answered my question. Thank you. And I do apologize. Probably not.
Looking around the room for any more questions for Ms. Baker. Dr. Pierce?
Yeah, the only thing I would say is I was actually, frankly, surprised that you could create 9 classrooms in that space, which frees up other space, I'm assuming, as well. So that, well done.
Good, I'm glad you guys are pleased. I will say, there's a variety of sizes. The 4 larger ones that just for your knowledge, the 4 larger ones that I pointed out can seat up to 30 students. The other ones can seat anywhere between, these guys right here, can seat anywhere from between 16 and 24 students, just for your scale of reference.
Mm-hmm. Good? Yep. Good to hear. All right. Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Right. We will move on to 7.01. Review request for solar installation at WJCC schools.
And Mr. Snipes is going to take this item as well. In fact, he's going to be here for the next several items.
Yeah, I think I set on some Gorilla Glue. I'm going to be stuck here for a while. Goal 6 of the strategic plan directs departments to optimize division effectiveness and efficiency by establishing and strengthening processes and systems. In respect to that optimizing and processing and improving operations, the operations team has worked to determine feasibility of using solar energy for WJCC schools and facilities. During that analysis, the division determined that partnering with the solar provider will create educational and learning opportunities for students, improve our sustainability efforts by reducing energy consumption, and create a cost savings for the school division. This has been a long time coming, and I'm happy to see it. Dr. Heron and I have been talking about this probably since 2011, maybe, when you first got here.
Yes, sir.
So it's been a long time coming. I'm happy to see it. We have members from Dominion Energy, Mr. Tom Brooks-Billing, and his partner from Convert Solar here tonight to discuss our efforts to move to solar in WJCC schools, and I'm happy to turn this over to Mr. Brooks-Billing.
Thank you, Marcellus. I appreciate your time. Everyone in the room, definitely appreciate you all coming out this evening and having a great evening to talk about hopefully a different project rather than new construction and renovation of some classrooms. We'll talk about solar. Oh, my apologies. I get a little excited and get further back. I look forward to the great partnership with Williamsburg, James City County Schools. I first have to, before jumping into this, really compliment you guys' team. Honestly, this is one of the best school divisions that I've worked with for proposing solar and been able to work with them on site. I stole one of your facilities guys to walk 12 to, actually it was like 14 schools right before Thanksgiving, literally Thanksgiving Eve. We were out at I think it was 6 schools that day. So it was a long day, but it was great, and they were very flexible in working with us so that we could get to this point and be able to propose solar for your schools. So Dominion Energy, you guys are familiar with us. We are one of our companies is the utility for this region. I brought some of my colleagues that support the utility, support folks in this room, and support me in what I do. Before we jump into this, I'd like to have them introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tanya Bird. I'm the Director of Community Engagement and Local Affairs for the Eastern Region of Virginia. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Crystal Bright. I'm the External Affairs Manager at Dominion Energy, and I cover the Williamsburg, James City County area.
Hi, I'm Emily Smith. I am the key account manager for the schools.
Chad Wilkins with Convert Solar. We're a contractor that works with Dominion on this project.
Hi, Eric Weisbart with Dominion Energy Solutions.
Thank you guys, appreciate it. Well, we'll jump into this. Feel free to stop me if you guys have any questions, but look forward to a great partnership with you guys. So why are we here tonight? We're here to talk about solar for public schools. The school division itself has some sustainability goals. Of course, we all know solar has great sustainability benefits. Now, of course, sustainability is great, but there's got to be some savings associated with that. So when we picked out the schools that we proposed in this presentation, we went through to make sure that these are the ones that are going to save you guys the most on energy and also save you the most on the financial side as well. Dominion Energy, of course, is a very large corporation. Here in Virginia, we are, my group of Dominion Energy Solutions, which does the solar for the schools. We have about 40 schools in operation today. In the next 12 months, I think that's going to top 70 or more. We currently have dozens under construction. And of all of the K through 12 schools that have gone solar throughout the state, 85% of those is in our portfolio that we own and operate for schools, just like Williamsburg, James City County. Reliability, that's one of the big things is, who's a good player out there? Who's a good partner to have a long-term relationship with? Dominion Energy has 100 years of experience in providing low cost of energy, solar or any other renewables or grid power as well. Now, of course, solar is great, sustainability and cost savings, but education, that's what we're all here for in this room, is to educate our next generation. I have 2 small kids that are in public school, so education has always been a big thing of mine. Dominion Energy has been a partner with the NEED program for many, many years. The NEED program is the National Energy Education Development Project. They're actually based here in Virginia, founded here. If you've ever been to a school and you've seen a solar array sitting out front of their building, that's part of the NEED project. Also, the NEED project puts together educational curriculum. So as Dominion Energy Solutions, your partner for the solar projects, we're going to go above and beyond with each of these schools. You're going to get solar, you're going to get energy savings, and you're going to get money savings, and you get your sustainability. We're also going to help educate the students. We will come back, and I'll get into a little more of this here in just a moment. We'll come back and we're going to actually speak with the students. We'll get some educational curriculum for the classes. Then we're also going to have some kits made for solar for the kids to have more hands-on. And those will be provided to all of the schools that we install solar at. So why Dominion Energy Solutions? We are backed by a Fortune 500 company, Dominion Corporation. I always tell people think of the big stock in New York as our corporation. There's a lot of little companies under it, including Dominion Energy Solutions. We have, like I mentioned, we have about 85% of all K through 12 schools in Virginia that have installed solar that are actually in operation today. And we're here to install the solar at zero cost to the division, and you're going to receive sustainability, energy savings, and money savings as well by partnering with Dominion Energy Solutions. So the Solar for Students by Dominion Energy, like I said, this was created about 3 decades ago. Dominion sponsored it, and then in 2015, Dominion started sponsoring the installation of solar projects at schools. And as I had mentioned, we'll provide educational curriculum to all of the students within the school, and then also some of the educational kits as well to the schools. And then somebody from Dominion Energy will come back and speak to the student bodies about the solar projects. A lot of these schools are going to have solar panels. They're going to be visible from the ground around the school, which is great because then we can walk the students around and actually show them. They're going to be able to see it and understand what is going on up there and what we've done for them. Now, I know one of the biggest questions that folks ask of us is, hey, we're a school. We don't have a lot of extra money, so if the roof gets damaged, what happens? What happens is we're going to make sure that we don't damage it first off, but second, we're responsible for the roof itself. So there's two different options of how we're going to be installing the solar panels on your schools. The first is what's called a ballasted system. So just like James Blair right behind us, it will have a ballasted system. So all it is pretty much bricks, like you can go pick up down at Home Depot, and it's going to hold the solar panels in place. Now, of course, we've got engineers behind us that are going to examine the building to make sure it's structurally viable. They're going to make sure the roof is going to withstand the additional weight of the solar, not damage it, and then also make sure that they're not going to blow away in a storm. And then the other option is called a flush mounted racking system. So a lot of your schools have standing seam metal roofs. You don't ever want to put a hole in those roofs, so we use a clamp. You can see a little photo down the left-hand corner. I know it's real small, so my apologies for that. It clamps onto the standing seam, so there's zero penetration to the actual roof itself or to the seam, and then the panels just mount to a rail that goes across on top of those. So we're going to protect the roofs. We will work with your existing roofing contractors or warranty holders. I already have on a couple of the schools, and we will recertify all warranties on each school that we install solar on, so that we don't have an issue with warranties on the roof. Otherwise, we will take care of anything that happens to the roof during the installation process. Now, Dominion Energy, we partnered with Convert Solar out of Virginia Beach. I'm going to introduce and have the owner of Convert Solar come up here and introduce himself. But Convert Solar has been a prime contractor for Dominion Energy to build solar projects. Chad?
Thanks, Tom. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'm Chad Wilkins with Convert Solar. Really appreciate your time tonight and the opportunity to be here. I founded Convert Solar 10 years ago in Virginia Beach, Virginia. At the time, solar was a small specialty marketplace. When I told my wife what I was doing, she said, "Are you nuts? Like, I've never once seen a solar panel around here. How is this going to help pay the bills and, pull your weight?" And I said, no, it's coming. It's coming. It's going to be a thing someday. Well, 10 years later, solar's mainstream. Solar's going on. It's being installed on so many of these public schools across the state. And I can say we're really proud to have grown into the capabilities to be able to do these projects. So over the 10 years, we've installed on 24 schools in the state of Virginia. And we've grown the expertise and the experience to be able to meet the standards of a public school system and Dominion Energy. So these are the highest level of the engineering, the materials, the procurement, and throughout the construction process to make sure these projects are built to the highest standard. Schools are probably my favorite place to install solar. Like Tom said, I as well have two kids. One's actually out of public school. Then they go to college and they're even more expensive, just in case no one knew that. But my other one's still in the same middle school that I went to, which is really cool. So I see the impact that the students get from this. So it's what I call the externalities. So the school system saves money, but the children get a real boost to their education, and there's an impact there. So they are our favorite place to install solar. And with that being said, though, we understand that the priority for Convert Solar is obviously to get the solar built right and put on your school building, but the larger priority is to make sure that the children are safe and secure during the construction process. So our experience lends a lot to that. We've been on these sites, we've built on the schools, and so we've got strict protocols for how all of this work is done. So I'm very excited to work with Williamsburg and James City County Schools, and thank you for the time and letting me be here tonight.
Thank you, Chad. One additional note that I'm going to add to Chad's comments is Chad is local. We're not a big national contractor that goes around the country installing solar. They're based here in the Hampton Roads area or Tidewater area. And he has over 100 employees that are really based, majority of them, from this region of the state. So there's a lot of additional economic development that goes into working with somebody like Convert Solar from Virginia Beach. So the other question that I get from a lot of folks is, from schools especially, is, hey, we get out for the summertime. Kids are out right now. What happens to the solar power that's produced right now? Great question. Well, here in Virginia, we're blessed with a thing called net metering. Net metering is a legislatively mandated mechanism where when the solar panels produce power and it's not used within the facility, your meter will spin in reverse, okay? And it'll go back to the grid. So when you send power back into the grid, you are credited for that power. So when you pull power back that night, you've got credits, so you don't have to pay for it. So those roll for about 12 months. Most of the systems that we have designed for these schools aren't going to produce more than what they can consume over a 12-month time frame. But you'll still have power at nighttime or when the sun is not shining. You will always be connected to the utility grid, and hopefully we've got some credits built up on the utility account to compensate for that, so there's no additional charge. Now, financing the projects. As I said, this is a fun project, saves you guys money. Also doesn't cost you a penny. So a power purchase agreement, or a PPA, is an agreement where Dominion Energy uses their capital, uses Chad, to install the solar panels on all these schools, and your only requirement is to purchase the power produced from the solar panels. So of course we want to make sure that it's producing at full capacity at all times. We maintain them, so we have a monitoring system on them. We have an annual maintenance plan that's on the solar panels to make sure that they're working at full capacity, and there's also no potential for hazards as well. Also, some of the additional educational benefit, also cool for us to see as well, is you'll have public dashboards to be able to see the exact production of the solar array for that particular school. We can combine them all here in the central office, put them on a big screen and show, here's the environmental attributes from all of the solar produced from that day, that week, or the entire lifetime of that solar array. This can be linked into the website, could be in classrooms, could be at an entry to a school to show what you guys are doing for the environment and what you're saving as well. Now we put together the economic package for all of the schools, and of course we also threw the operations building in because your ops guys are incredible, so I had to put some solar up there for those guys.
Well, thank you.
So year one, so I put the numbers together based on the system capacity. This is in the DC form, if you're curious about that. In the first year, kilowatt hours of production from the solar array. The rate for that energy that you would purchase from the solar. This is a 25-year agreement to purchase the power from the solar array. Put together the savings over the 25 years, and then I put together the first year savings from the solar. These numbers, the 25-year numbers, are based on a 1.5% escalation on the PPA and a utility rate going up at 2.5% per year. Over the lifetime, over the 25-year agreement, you will save about $5.63 million by installing solar that didn't cost you a penny to put up there, and Dominion owns and maintains it on your behalf. Now I put the three Jameses together. I don't know a background on this, but someone said the Jameses are the big ones here. So I put the three Jameses together for you guys. So the James Blair, James Middle, and James River. System sizes, kind of indicative layouts of what it would look like on the roof. I know those panels look blue on that screen. They're not actually blue in real life. They're more black. It's just kind of illustrative. There's plenty of service space to be able to walk around the solar array. So when you have an HVAC technician on the roof, they're going to be able to walk around those, have plenty of space to access anything mechanical or any vents. Also, drainage is a big concern up there, making sure we stay away from your drains as well. James River Elementary School, I know this one looks a little chaotic. So this is just trying to get you guys as much power up there as possible. You got a lot of fun roofs and fun architecture out there. And so that one is a lot of small arrays all over the place. And it gives you about 272.3 kilowatts of solar total at that school. Now, Jamestown High, I worked with your ops team. We talked about the expansions, additions to this building, not just the one we just heard about, but also the ones in the future on the corners. So we designed this system to make sure that we avoided those areas so that we don't have an issue with the solar while they're doing the construction and additions on those. And potentially, once those are done, we can add solar to those as well. So this one is a combination system. So you have the ballasted system where you use the block weight to hold the solar array in place. And then you also have the flush mounted systems that are angled just like the roof is right now, connected to the standing seam. So the process from here is the site feasibility study. So we've kind of already done that for you guys. It's the utility analysis. Your key account representative was very helpful in helping get through all the billing information. We've done the site visits, we've done the system designs. Today we're kind of proposal and presentation. And then we'll go into the contract. Once that's done, we'll start the engineering and the permitting of the systems. All of these systems will have to be approved through the local jurisdiction for building and electrical permits. Then we'll get into the construction. The goal right now is to have all of these solar projects up and operational by the start of the 2024 school year. I know it kind of sounds really far off, but engineering and permitting do take a little bit of while along with the construction process. Now, of course, we also understand that first and foremost, student education comes first. So when there's specific testing, we will actually demobilize from the site. We won't have anyone working on site. I have 2 kids with ADHD. The biggest thing that they see and they tell me about is Dominion Energy, surprisingly, out front, putting lines underground. That's the biggest thing. All the kids are looking out the windows trying to see what's going on. Well, we try to minimize those distractions while installing these systems, and we work with the individual schools to make sure there's no interruption. Once the project is completed, we actually bring in a third party to do a QA, QC kind of verification of the project to make sure that everything meets code, all requirements. We build to a higher standard at Dominion because we believe spending more upfront to build a quality system will make it last longer and cost less to operate, which saves you guys more money. And then we'll do a fun ribbon cutting ceremony. Happy to have everyone in this room out to a ribbon cutting ceremony. I'm sure we can get some other Dominion folks to come attend as well. We can do it at more than one school or however you guys want to handle that. I put some pictures up there of some existing projects. One is a school, one is a business up in the Richmond area. And that's all I have. On behalf of the entire Dominion family and team and solar team, thank you for your time. We definitely appreciate it. And I'll now open it up for questions.
Thank you. Ms. Hundley, saw you first.
I'll be in class with the kids learning about solar because I have a question that's probably going to sound silly, but so we didn't get any snow this year. What if we get a big snowstorm? When the snow hits that, does it melt or like how do you get all the snow removal off all the schools to get the sunshine in?
Great question, but I'm going to also comment on your first question about learning about solar. I've actually been doing this almost 20 years. I love it. It's been my career forever. So as you can tell, I'm a very passionate person about solar. Yes, snow happens, ice happens. Those things are all kind of modeled into the production numbers that we put together. We don't go out and we clean off the solar panels. When it's snowing, how long are the days? Those are the shortest days of the year usually. So you've got and the sun is also the lowest on the horizon. So you've got the least amount of production when it does snow. So your loss of production is actually very minimal. So we don't go out and clean off panels. Okay. I've had homeowners ask me, well, if it snows, should I go out and clean off the solar panels? And they're like in their 60s and 70s, like, no, the solar production's not worth it. When they're mounted in the way that they are on your schools, there is a little more airflow under them, so that as soon as you get some warmer temperature, the snow is going to melt quicker on that surface than another surface that doesn't have an elevation to it.
Ms. Donner?
I'm assuming that some of the schools that are not on here, like for instance Matthew Whaley and others, it's either because we couldn't do it on those roofs or there's historical reasons or things like that.
So the schools that were chosen on the list here were based on a few different factors of financial benefit for you guys. I looked at these 2 buildings right here. Unfortunately, based on how the rate structure is built and your energy consumption in these buildings, it wasn't economic benefit for you guys. And I didn't want to propose it and kind of show a bad project. Some of the other schools, the roof quality wasn't high enough. Once a roof gets replaced, happy to add that to your portfolio. But we want to make sure we install solar today and that you don't have to remove it in 10, 15 years. Because that's just an added cost that cuts into anything that you might save.
Which actually then that gives me another question, if that's okay, Mrs. Ortego, is in terms of, so how does that work when something goes wrong on the roof and you need to repair the roof and you've got solar on top of it?
Absolutely. So we will actually go through the roof with a fine-tooth comb before we install. We will actually have your warranty holder of the roof. Sometimes it's the installer, sometimes it's the manufacturer. We'll have them go through that roof with us to make sure that there's no pre-existing conditions on that roof. If there is, we'll address them at that point in time before we install solar. We bring them back to walk that roof and do another inspection to recertify the warranty for you. If there's anything caused by the foot traffic of the guys installing, those would be addressed at that point in time. Now, if we didn't choose any of the schools that I had a concern that we'd have to replace the roof in the next 25 years. So the agreement is for 25 years. At the end of that agreement, you've got a few options. You guys can purchase the system yourselves, and it's yours. You own and operate it. You can renew it for 1 year or 5 years, okay? Or you can tell us to remove it. It's completely up to you at the end of 25 years. The reason that most of the agreements that you may have seen in the past are 25 years is because the life expectancy of roofs is about 25 years. So that's kind of why we structure those at 25.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
Ms. Young, was that
I
a
just
hand?
have a question about, I mean, we're talking 25 years. Do solar panels wear out?
Yes. So the solar panel itself doesn't wear out. So there's solar panels in outer space that have been there 50 plus years that are still at 100% efficiency. What happens on Earth is we have Mother Nature. She likes to reclaim everything. So you get what's called micro pitting on the on the glass, which degrades the production. And we take that into account in all of our financial analysis that we've provided to you. So solar panels degrade at 0.7%, I'm sorry, we model 0.7% per year for that entire term. And all of that is taken into consideration on that financial analysis slide.
So it lasts the full 25 years?
So they have a warranty for 25 years. So they're warranted to produce, I think we're at, 83 or 84% in 25 years. There's some more efficient stuff out there that's in the 90% in 25 years, but the panel itself will last 40 plus years.
Oh.
It's warranted for 25.
Okay, that was a concern, just something I wanted to ask. I noticed that on here, you said that our only obligation is to purchase the power from the solar system, that's very catchy, solar system, installed at the respective building or facility. So even though these solar panels are on our buildings, we still have to purchase energy?
So let's just say you use 1 million kilowatt hours a year, okay, at a school, and my solar array produces 500,000 of that. The other 500,000 will come from the utility grid.
Right, oh, okay, I got that.
So you don't have to pay above and beyond.
Okay, but because the power then, I'm just trying to make sure in my head, so the power produced actually would be used by our own buildings, and then any extra would go back to Dominion Power.
Yep, and that's where your meter would spin in reverse and get credit for that power,
Okay,
yes.
okay, that's what I needed to know, thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Hummel?
Thank you. Go first. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. So, continuing what Ms. Young said, and this is for Mr. Snipes, you've got your typical life of a roof, right? Which is, what is a typical?
Depends. If it's metal, it's 30 years. If it's a flat roof, it's about 20.
20, so, and you know, for all those schools listed, where we are in the lifespan of the
Correct. We've gone
roof,
over that.
right? And so, are we, what happens if you've got a 10-year roof life left on one of the schools and you've got a 25-year, like what happens when that roof needs to be replaced
So
with the solar panels?
we're not going to put solar on
on
that
the
roof.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're only,
We'll avoid that roof.
Okay.
And we would be honest and say, rather than like trying to get more solar out there for you guys, I would say it's probably, let's wait until it's time for replacement, or can we move the budget forward to replace that sooner rather than putting it up there and then having to remove it?
okay, so then you're envisioning kind of a continuation of these, like, let's say 2 years from now, you redo one of the roofs of one of the schools, and it wasn't one of the ones that you did anything. Would you guys come back and say, okay, your roof's really good now, let's put the solar panels on that roof?
Absolutely.
Is that, and that starts the clock ticking for 25 years, or did?
We can work. We're
I just
flexible. We're here to work with you guys. I mean, that's why we exist, is
wondered.
to be helpful
Okay.
for our customers. So if you want to do 25 years on that, or if you want to line that up with the existing contracts, we're flexible in that nature.
I just was wondering how the contract worked on that part. And then another question I had is kind of from an aesthetic question of, I know some of our schools, you're putting the panels on and you don't see the panels at all because you just don't see them. But then there might be, I'm thinking James River might be one of the ones where you're going to be seeing the panels. And that to me is kind of I like solar energy as much as the other person, but I also know that I wouldn't want my solar panels to be plastered on my roof because it would look really ugly. And that sounds really bad of me to say that, but what is the aesthetics of some of, like, what are we have beautiful schools here, and what's it going to look like if we plaster solar panels in the wrong place?
Absolutely. I share that exact same consideration with you. I have dealt with that for many, many years. The great part about the solar industry is we've evolved quite a bit over the last 20 years since I've been doing it. The panels, they don't look as bad as they used to. They're more black in color. The frames are going to be black. The rail that you're going to see that they connect to, that's going to be black as well. So it's going to blend much better. Now, you're going to be able to look up there and tell that it's a solar panel. It's not like you're just going to look at shingles. You're going to tell there's solar panels up there. But we try and make sure that everything is uniform in color. Black is the easiest color to kind of make everything uniform. Happy to send you some additional photos.
I just, I don't know if is black the default, and we have roofs that aren't black, and that, I don't know. Sometimes it's just
You get used to it.
I saw Ms. Hundley, and I think Ms. Donner had another question, and then Dr. Beers.
So to help Julie out, I see that you have Newport News on here. What school can she and I drive by and look at their, what school in Newport News could we go by and just kind of look at it, see it for ourselves and not on a
I
screen?
need help from my colleagues over here
Okay.
on names.
Okay.
So all the schools that we did in Newport News are all ballasted systems. So Heritage High School in Woodside, but you can't see any of the solar panels. They're tall, flat roofs. And same with one of the elementary schools. But their transportation building, the public school transportation building does have a sloped roof and does have solar panels on it. And that's right over by the airport.
Okay.
If you're willing to make a little bit of a journey, happy to host you up near Richmond and show you some of the Chesterfield County schools. Very similar to your schools, all metal roofs, and show you what those kind of look like. But happy to work with you on selecting some of the materials as well to make it look a little bit more seamless.
To that end, we'll get you a list of schools that you may be interested in checking out.
Donner, did you have another question? No? Dr. Beers?
Yeah. The question I had is, I'm
Microphone.
a little curious about the the whole notion of the credit and the number of kilowatt hours generated. One of the things that I wanted to know about, what about the excess power that's generated by our panels here? Who gets that? Where does it go if we don't need it?
So all of the excess power, so let's take summer, for example. Solar is producing the most potential power during the summer months because the days are the longest, sun is the highest in the horizon. On those particular days, you have the minimal consumption because the kids are off. So all that extra power that's produced will go back to your facility. Whatever power is not used in the facility will go back to the utility grid. Your meter will spin in reverse. So you've seen one of the old meters, has the wheel? Spins in reverse, and you get the wheel goes away.
So where does it go?
So it goes to your neighbors, goes to the homes down the street, and you're credited for that power. So then when the sun goes down and there's HVAC use.
Okay, when you say credited,
yes.
Tell me what you mean by that.
So 1-for-1 credit, retail for retail. So every kilowatt hour you push back into the utility grid, you get 1 kilowatt hour back.
What's a typical cost of a kilowatt hour?
It just depends on the rate.
So let's make one up.
Somewhere
say
around 10 cents.
Yeah, okay, say take $10. And it goes back, and so it goes back out there. But so it doesn't really it's not really coming back to us. It's a much cheaper source of electricity that Dominion can now send out to, wherever they disperse their electricity, isn't it?
Is it a cheaper source?
Yeah.
Not usually, because they produce power at a wholesale rate, and they're crediting you at retail rate for that power.
I've had enough history with Dominion, and you know, and I think about, gee, this sounds too good to be true. And then I stop and think, okay, there's some, you know, obviously everybody wants to make money from a project like this, so I get that, but I think it's really important that the school board, our system, fully understands what some of those are, what those implications are. My assumption is, if what you've said is true, the cost of our kilowatt hours will go down.
The power that you're purchasing
Yeah.
from the solar,
Yeah.
yes, versus the grid power.
Right.
Yes.
So, and how much less will that be?
So
How much are we saving?
So it's based on the energy profile from that particular school. So let me go back to that screen real quick.
It's also on the back of the FAQ I provided.
So there was one of them that was very large.
I got it right here.
War Hill. So War Hill and Lafayette. If you look at those two system sizes versus the year one savings, they're dramatically different. Okay, and that has to do with your energy profile and energy consumption of that particular school. And that's where part of the site feasibility studies, we go through the utility bill analysis so that we can say, hey, based on the solar production from this school, here's what your savings is going to be. Because you've got kilowatt hours and then you've got demand cost built in there as well.
Okay.
And I want to address the other thing is, I know a lot of people say, okay, you're part of Dominion. Like, what is the benefit for Dominion? We're here, we were created to be a partner for our customers. We had customers coming to us, so we were founded in 2019. And we were created to meet the needs of our customers. We had schools coming to us, we had businesses coming to us saying, hey, we want to do solar. How do we do it? You guys are the ones that do energy, can you help us? And we didn't have a program until 2019. We created this program to be a good partner with you guys and with the state itself.
Okay. That's
And
good.
I'm an advocate for solar, so
Yeah,
I get
no.
I get a win-win out of my
You
job.
know, and the chances of blackouts will be almost non-existent.
As far as from the
Well,
utility,
one of the things that we have issues with Dominion in this part of the area, we have slight storms and neighborhoods lose power, and sometimes it takes a day, sometimes it takes 2 days to get it fixed. We're not going to have that, are we?
so
Because we're creating the power right here,
yes,
and it's going right through our buildings, correct?
correct. So if the school was to lose power, okay, so a utility grid goes down, there's a grid event, and the utility grid goes down. The solar, per the National Electrical Code, is required to shut down and not generate power. And the reason being is it's a safety issue. When you generate power in a building, okay, it goes into your switchgear, and then it goes back to the utility grid. It hits the transformer that's out there, and that bumps that voltage up to 13,000
Right.
volts or so.
And
And if a lineman is out there, he thinks the grid is dead. He goes out there and it's energized. It only takes a milliamp to kill someone. So it's a safety thing. So without some type of a storage in place, there's no ability for the solar to operate during a grid outage.
Right. So, okay, so the odds for us here are the same as the odds for anyone else in there. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
I think that's
there's
important stuff.
no change.
Because this is so revolutionary, it's so new. What is it going to do, and what is it not going to do? And
So there's no change. All it is just an economic benefit for you guys. You get the sustainability. You know what the energy cost is going to be for the next 25 years for each school.
Yeah.
Portion of it.
Yeah, no. And the other sources of energy are going to continue to go up.
Yep.
So, no.
So we use it also, good point, we use a 2.5% rate escalation on our financial model. If the utility rate goes up higher, your savings goes even higher.
Okay. All right. Part of me is I'm looking at the surplus stuff going out and thinking, geez, why can't we get a piece of that? It's being generated right here in our buildings, and it's going out somewhere.
If you had a few hundred acres, we could have a different conversation
Well,
about that.
and that's the part that's sort of ironic is the county already shut down. There was a proposal out in Twano And, you know, this is a least objectionable location.
Absolutely. The roofs are already there. That's the great part. And you're not taking up any additional real estate.
No.
That's where we like to do roofs. I would say 95% of the projects that we operate across the state are all rooftop. It's easier, quicker to get done. If we were doing a ground mount for one of the schools, we'd be talking 2027 to build that.
Okay.
All right. Does that answer your question, Dr. Beers? Any other questions around the room?
I just have one question about, you mentioned something about having to, in order, you put the solar panels up, but then you have to bury rods, or you have to bury, was there something that?
The rails that
The
are
rails
black. Yeah,
that
so.
are on the ground?
No.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I
Top roof.
probably misspoke on that. Let me go back to one of my slides real quick.
I think he was giving an anecdote about your kids getting distracted, about something
Oh.
going in the,
No, I'm talking about the ground, something that you said, something that had to go in the
Oh,
ground.
no. We're not doing, I was making bad joke. My kids were distracted because Dominion's doing an underground project in front of their school.
Okay, so there is no.
No, there's nothing.
No
We
underground.
don't do anything with the ground. We're not touching anything there. I was thinking you might have been thinking about the rails that the panels attached to.
No, honestly, I
But
was
how
just
does
talking.
how does the energy get back into the grid? I think that's what the question really is.
Yeah, so it's connected to your existing electrical switchgear within each of
That's
the schools.
already in the schools.
It's already there. Yep.
Does it have to be amplified? Do you have to make it stronger or?
Well, I would have to go back to my notes, but I don't believe any of your schools, after I did the site visits around Thanksgiving, I don't think any of your schools are require any upgrades.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
okay.
Yep. I mean, there's when we connect the power into your existing switchgear, we got to shut the power off, so that we can connect that safely, and we'll coordinate that with each of the schools. And that's a minimal amount of downtime.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Nothing
right?
else.
Any other questions? I just have one quick question, perhaps for Mr. Snipes. From whom do we purchase our energy now?
Dominion Energy.
Dominion Energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear there.
I'm sorry, Dominion.
Dominion.
Energy. Dominion.
What was the
I said, from whom do we purchase it now? So just trying to understand if this would be a
So-
change or.
Yeah, so you'll receive two billing statements. So go back to one of these slides. All right, let's go back to the school right here, James Blair. So with the solar, we're going to offset about 55% of the yearly consumption with solar. So you still have to buy 45%. You'll still receive your normal Dominion bill of 45%. The other 55%, you're going to receive a bill from Dominion Energy Solutions.
Okay. Well, at the beginning, you said the only stipulation was that we purchase our energy from you, which we already do.
Dominion Energy Solutions, yes.
Okay. Versus Dominion Energy.
Right. So the solutions is Dominion Energy Solutions. We're the unregulated portion of Dominion Corporation. And then you've got Dominion Energy Virginia, the electric utility. So I'm still a Dominion employee.
Mm-hmm.
We operate a group called Dominion Energy Solutions. And then you've got the utility, which is Dominion Energy Virginia, or some of you might remember as VEPCO.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other final questions or comments before we move on?
So this is, if I may, it's a pretty significant shift for us as an organization, and for us it's one we've been exploring for a period of time to bring the presentation this evening, and so we will be bringing this back. This is a proposed agenda item tonight, so we'll be bringing it back for your consideration for approval at the 2nd June meeting.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the time. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Ready to move on to agenda item 7.02, review request to purchase 10 school buses from Sunny Merriman.
So from sunshine to buses, we're still in the operations field right now, Mr. Snipes. Oh, Ms. Ewan's going to take this one. All right, good. Thank you, Ms. Ewan.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Heron. Good evening, Madam Chair and school board members. This agenda item is to purchase 10 school buses from Sunny Merriman under Virginia State contract in the amount of $401,588. Funding in the amount of $937,000 is included in the fiscal year 24 CIP, and the remaining amount of $464,588 is available in completed CIP project balances. Superintendent recommends that the board review the purchase request and be prepared to vote at the June 20th, 2023 meeting. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from my board colleagues? All right, I think we're ready to, I say we'll add that to the agenda and we will move on. 7.03, review the purchase request to Centennial Contractors for a temporary classroom trailer at Stonehouse.
Tonight's proposed agenda item supports Goal 4 of the Strategic Plan of Safety and Security. And this for your consideration is a review and purchase request to Centennial Contractors under annual contract number 21-14760 for site work for a temporary classroom trailer at Stonehouse Elementary. The Board of Supervisors approved the special use permit at Stonehouse on February 14, 2023, and the site plans have been reviewed by JCC Planning, and their comments have been addressed by WJCC Schools and the site architect of VHB. The work under this project will consist of site work for the installation of one classroom trailer at Stonehouse Elementary School. The work will include the construction of temporary fencing, decks, steps, concrete sidewalks, electrical connections, and fire alarm connections, grading, and gravel fire lane. The project is being designed and implemented, the estimated cost is $252,800, and funding is allocated within the American Rescue Plan grant. The cost will be finalized for the June 20th, 2023 meeting. The superintendent recommends the board review this project information and be prepared to vote at the June 20th, 2023 meeting.
All right, thank you, Mr. Snipes. Any questions from the room? Ms. Hummel?
Thank you. I just wish we didn't have to have so many trailers at Stonehouse. It's a very crowded school, and I realize this is the only solution. We have to do this, but it is not ideal for our children.
Anyone else?
Ditto.
Okay, then we will move on. Item number 7.04, review the request for purchase to Ever-Driven Technologies and a budget transfer.
As you each are aware, we have third-party transportation for some of our most needy students, which could be McKinney-Vento and some of other students. Currently, we have about 33 driver vacancies, and without that third contractor support, the division will be unable to support efficient and timely transportation to all of our WJCC schools. The transportation department and the routing vendor, which is TransFinder, have performed numerous studies again this year and provide the most efficient and optimal solutions for pupil transportation. That study and optimization, again, said we should use a third-party vendor. And that third-party vendor was called ALC. It is now called Ever-Driven, so you will hear that statement often. So if you remember, it was called ALC, now it's called Ever-Driven. The estimated cost for the school year 23-24 we expect not to exceed $1.2 million. A budget transfer is requested of $550,000 from the transportation salaries and benefits to contracted services. The remaining funding is budgeted within the transportation budget of $250,000, and the remaining amount is allocated under the American Rescue Plan grant of $400,000. The cost will be finalized before your June 20th, 2023 meeting, and at that time, the superintendent requests the board review the information and be prepared to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Snipes. Any questions? Ms. Young?
I just have a question. I mean, the drivers are provided by Ever-Driven under their contract. Do their drivers get paid more than our bus drivers?
I do not know that their cost structure and how they pay.
Because we're just basically signing a contract, correct?
Right, we're signing the contract. I couldn't tell you what they pay their drivers. I do not.
Request that information, or is that not allowed?
I can ask. I can't say that they are obligated to provide it to us, but surely we can ask. I know how much a run usually costs, but that depends on, distance and mileage and whether they need a car seat and whether it's a booster seat, those kind of things. So I'm not sure exactly how much they pay their drivers per hour, but we do know we pay them by mileage, and we do know we pay them for additional services for like booster seats, car seats. I will ask though.
If I could just add, our best solution is to find more bus drivers, and we are continuously doing that, and we hire some, we lose some, and to be 33 down, that's where the majority of this money is actually coming from to get students to school. So it's a problem that we haven't been able to solve over the last couple of years because of not enough bus drivers.
Okay.
It was off.
All right, it looks like are we ready to add that to the agenda and move on? All right, item 7.05, review budget transfer request.
I'll pass this one to Ms. Ewing. Thank you.
Thank you. This agenda item for your consideration is a budget transfer of $300,000 from instruction to operations and maintenance for utility costs. Utility costs for this school year have increased by approximately 20% as compared to last year through March. Current estimates for the last quarter indicate that an additional $300,000 will be needed to finish out the school year. Funds are available within the instructional area due to unfilled positions. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I'm looking around. Any questions? Okay, then we will move on. Item 7.06, the 2023-24 federal program grant applications.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This evening, Ms. Ford, I believe, is here to present our application for Title 1, 2, 3, and 4 for federal grant applications. We bring this annually to the board for your consideration. Ms. Ford.
Good evening, Vice Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Herron. Tonight I am pleased to present the proposed grant applications for the federal programs Titles 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the 2023-2024 school year. To begin, I will review the purposes of each grant. Title I provides personnel and resources that supplement academic programming in identified Title I schools. Title II supports training, preparation, and recruitment of highly qualified teachers and leaders. Title IV supports language instruction for students with limited English proficiency. Title III supports language instruction for students with limited English proficiency. And Title IV, which is also known as the Student Support and Academic Enrichment Grant, provides funds for programs and academic activities to improve students' academic achievement. Over the past 3 years, title grant allocations have remained fairly stable. State funding is formula-based and includes several factors such as enrollment and low-income statistics. Based on guidance from grant specialists at the Virginia Department of Education, our applications are written assuming level funding, using the previous year's allocation. When the state releases the updated allocation amounts in the fall, we submit amendments to align the applications with the division's final allocation amounts. The Title I Part A grant provides funding to support programming that ensures all children have access to equitable and high-quality instruction and learning experiences so they may meet the state's achievement standards. Title I emphasizes funding for continuous and innovative programming that supplements our work identified through the school division's strategic plan and the school's individual improvement plans. Title I programming in WJCC prioritizes the use of federal grant funds for direct services to students. 93% of our Title I funds are allocated to 13 full-time staff and numerous tutor positions who support our students every year. Grant-funded positions currently include the Elementary Director of Curriculum and Instruction, the Federal Programs Data Analyst, and an Instructional Coach, all partially funded by Title I funds. The grant fully funds a second instructional coach, 7 literacy intervention teachers, 1 at each Title I school, and 2 math intervention teachers at the school-wide program schools, James River and Matthew Whaley. Other priorities for Title I programming include providing ongoing professional learning and coaching to support teachers to understand their students' needs and deliver responsive, evidence-based instruction, and supporting parents and families to be actively involved in their children's education through parental involvement programming and the provision of high-quality learning tools for use at home. The Title I program supplements literacy and math instruction at 7 of the 9 elementary schools in WJCC. At the current targeted assistance schools, shown here in blue, Title I staff and services support children in kindergarten through 3rd grade. And in the school-wide programs at James River and Matthew Whaley, all students, families, and staff in grades K through 5 benefit from Title I programming. Title II funds are used to increase student achievement, consistent with challenging state academic standards, and improve quality and effectiveness of teachers, principals, and other school leaders. The primary focus for our use of Title II funding is to support training, preparation, and recruitment of highly qualified teachers and leaders. For example, in WJCC, Title II supports the implementation of collaborative teacher teams, a data-based decision-making process that uses student performance information to inform instructional planning and student engagement aligned to students' needs and state standards. Other uses of Title II funds include supporting literacy training for elementary instructional staff, mentoring new teachers, and to support the leadership capacity of our teachers through professional learning opportunities. Title II funds provide partial funding for the elementary literacy coordinator, secondary math coordinator, K-12 science coordinator, and the federal programs data analyst. Federal and state regulations require that students who have a native language other than and are not fully proficient in English be provided with specific English language instruction and other programmatic services to ensure that they attain proficiency in English and meet the same rigorous academic state standards as their age-appropriate peers. Title III funding is used to supplement local funds to support this specialized instruction. Additionally, Title III funds are used to provide high-quality professional learning for educators serving our multilingual learners and to meaningfully engage those students' families in our school communities. It is our proposed plan to continue to utilize the Title III funds in a manner consistent with division initiatives and in alignment with the 4 pillars of our program to serve multilingual learners: building programmatic capacity, building instructional capacity, building linguistic and academic capacity, and building family community engagement capacity. To that end, Title III funds support the implementation of the Elevation Platform, an integrated information and instructional learning management system specifically designed to meet the needs of educators serving multilingual learners, and the Imagine Learning Platform, a computer-based suite of individualized, adaptive instructional experiences designed to enrich the language acquisition experiences of our students. We also intend to utilize funds to support our language instruction summer enrichment program, as well as our Multilingual Learner Parent Resource Center, our Family Learning Workshop Series, and community outreach programs such as Welcome to Williamsburg. Title IV funds are generally used for increasing technology and enhancing instruction for students through professional development opportunities for educators. The Virginia Department of Education offers the opportunity to transfer Title IV funds to other grant areas. Our team opted to transfer the funds to Title III to increase technology, to enhance instruction, and to support family engagement specifically for our growing population of multilingual learners. We anticipate receiving Title IV funds for the coming year and intend to continue to use the allocation to support the expansion of our digital instructional resources and support a half-time position for a multilingual learner family community engagement coordinator. In closing, I would like to thank Dr. Patricia Tillman and Ms. Jessica Gateau for their leadership for the Titles 2, 3, and 4 programs. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Looking around, Kim, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just have one question. So as far as summer programs for Title III, like students with ELL, is there one? I wasn't sure. And is it with our regular summer schools or is it separate? I wasn't sure.
So we have, we offer the LEAP summer program, the language instruction program, for our students who are typically at levels 1 or 2 in their language proficiency. And the elementary program will be housed at James River, and the middle school program will be housed at Hornsby.
But there's no high school program?
Not at this time. No,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Hundley. Anyone else? No? Okay. Then we will move on to item 7.07, review authorization for VHSL memberships.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is also an annual item that we bring before the board, and Dr. Worley will present it this evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Heron, and members of the board. Tonight I am presenting information on our annual membership application fee that allows Williamsburg, James City County student athletes to participate in high school varsity athletics and activities through the Virginia High School League, better known as the VHSL, which requires the annual membership fee plus an additional fee to obtain catastrophic insurance for athletes through the league. There are a couple of points to bring to your attention this evening about our 3 high school applications. There are several components to the annual fee. First, each school pays a membership fee of $800 plus $35 for each varsity activity participated in the previous school year. This means we pay $35 for each sport we participated in during the 22-23 school year. Additionally, an insurance formula is used to calculate the fee per school. The league directs us to use the previous year's roster to provide an estimated number of athletes by sport. The fee is $5.50 per student. The league directed schools to use the most recent rosters to project our participation numbers for insurance purposes. Our current application uses rosters from the 22-23 school year to estimate our insurance needs for next year. The individual applications for each school are attached to the agenda item, and this year the total cost for our membership fee for Williamsburg, James City County Schools is $13,618.50. Thank you for reviewing the 3 applications for the 23-24 school year, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Worley. Looking around. Does not appear. I don't think we have any questions. Thank you. Item 7.08, review revisions to the 2023-24 Student Code of Conduct.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This evening we're bringing yet another annual item, is the annual review of the Student Code of Conduct, and we have Ms. Bourgeois presenting this evening? Or
I'm primarily clicking.
Oh, you're clicking.
A really technical job. So I'm happy to help.
You're Vanna.
There you go. That's right. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mrs. Harris-Mason. Thank you for being here this evening.
All right. Good evening, school board, vice chair, school board members, and Dr. Heron. Each year, the Student Services Department brings recommended revisions to the Student Code of Conduct for your consideration. Last year, the committee completed intensive work aligning the Student Code of Conduct with the changes in state reporting requirements that became effective for the 22-23 school year. This year, we took the framework and continued the work of aligning WJCC practices with recommendations and guidance from the Virginia Positive and Preventive Code of Student Conduct Policy and Alternatives to Suspension. To help with guidance, you have been provided the 22-23 Code of Conduct Redline document, as well as the 23-24 Code of Conduct draft and a summary of changes document. These items will be notated throughout the presentation. The committee consisted of 18 members, 2 counselors, 4 school administrators, 1 student advancement coach, the division parent bilingual liaison, 2 teachers, 1 special education specialist, 4 student services department members, 2 parents, as well as 7 committee members who serve dual roles as staff members and parents. The committee met 7 times between December the 7th, 2022 through April 12th, 2023. These times included both sub and whole group meetings. All meetings were held in person. We began the initial meeting with the review of the VDOE's Student Behavior and Administrative Response Document for Rethinking Behaviors and compared our division code and spoke of ways we could align our division document with the state requirements and guidance. The Student Code of Conduct is organized in 3 sections. The first section provides general information. We annually update the welcome letter, school year dates, board member names and roles, and the table of contents. The page numbers on the table of contents in the draft will be finalized after all changes are accepted and prior to publishing. To begin our review, we will start with the Attendance Matters page. This is a new page that was added to continue the division's focus on the importance of daily school attendance. Information regarding which absences are excused versus unexcused, as well as the process for addressing excessive absenteeism are included. Please note the changes on the MTSS page. You will be able to refer to this page in the pages 7 through 8 in the red line document. You will see that the updated pages were made to reduce and to provide more clarity and improve understanding for parents and students. The description was broadened to include all students of instruction, academic, behavioral, social and emotional, etc. Some of the specific intervention examples were removed because they are not universally available at all 16 schools. A new graphic is also included to assist with understanding of the tiered structured supports provided to students. A major addition to this page for the upcoming school year relates to restorative practices. Restorative practices has been listed as an available level 1 response in previous versions, but with no explanation of what exactly restorative practices are and what they look like as a response to student behavior. We have added descriptions of the purpose of restorative practices as well as 2 specific interventions, restorative circles and restorative mediations. School-based administrators and school counselors will receive training this summer to improve their implementation of these practices. Minimal changes were done to the bullying page. In fact, the committee agreed that this page is useful to schools when they help families and students to distinguish between conflict and bullying. Therefore, to assist with the graphic, the committee only recommended a definition that explains the difference between both and included a title and brief explanation to help support the graphic as well. Updates on the school bus conduct page were minimal. However, like many revisions, you will see the policy was moved from the back of the document, previously on page 53 in the red line, and moved to the beginning of the document with all other bus and bus stop expectations on page 5 in the draft to provide a 1-page summative related to all bus misbehavior. Leveled responses and interventions in the red line copy are on pages 12 through 14. In the draft copy, you will see they appear on pages 6 through 7. You will see that on these pages now is provided a list of leveled responses and interventions that can be used at our schools when responding to student misbehavior. These responses and interventions are not limited to what is listed in the chart. However, it provides guidance to our teachers and administrators. Providing such a list will assist WJCC in its efforts to provide equitable responses and interventions to support student behaviors and increase the fidelity of implementation with school administration. Level 1 responses are intended to prevent further behavior issues while keeping students in school. The committee enhanced this level by adding 8 additional responses. This provides a total of 25 available responses and interventions that a teacher and or administrator can use to help keep a student in the classroom and or in school. Level 2 are administrative responses and interventions. This level was increased to 18 responses that administrators could use while attempting to keep the student in school. Depending on the severity of the behavior or short-term removal from the classroom may be appropriate. Under level 3, 4 additional interventions were added to help with support. However, depending on the severity, frequency, and/or safety concern, the behavior at this level may require a student's removal from school. These additional interventions were added to help improve with recidivism at this level. Levels 4 and 5 behaviors were expanded to include additional responses and interventions that could assist with supporting misbehaviors when students may have to be removed from school. This also allows the school an opportunity to provide supports should the student return. The overall design for these pages is for one to be able to look at multiple ways to respond to misbehavior and provide interventions that can support, reinforce expectations, and prevent further behavioral issues from occurring. You will see that some of the responses and interventions are replicated across the different levels. This provides an opportunity for students to learn acceptable replacement behaviors at each level. Furthermore, this design allows WJCC the opportunity to provide a toolbox to teachers, administrators, and school division personnel that can be used to help reduce exclusionary practices and result in more positive outcomes for students with misbehaviors. On pages 8 through 14 in the proposed draft document are new charts that have been added to bring together the SBAR categories, student behavior descriptors, and levels of responses and interventions. The separate tables were added for both elementary and secondary to differentiate the responses based on grade level. The ranges were already present from the 22-23 school year code of conduct. The committee reviewed each behavior and discussed the responses. In some cases, the responses did not change. However, the state updates and with leveling, revisions were made. Student Code of Conduct guidelines, definitions, rules, and level responses to the behavior section had the most updates. These revisions were done to help improve the arrangement of the document. As a part of the revisions, policy, JFC, was revised and will be presented under the proposed policies later on the agenda. The proposed changes are captured in a separate chart on the Summary of Changes document. In the red line copy, you can refer to pages 24 through 30. In the draft, you will find the updates on pages 17 through 22. These revisions allowed for the removal of separate policies from the back of the document and are now currently placed with the corresponding behavior descriptor. Subjective words such as defiance, insubordination, physical and verbal aggression were replaced with actual behaviors that can be identified in the state code. Lastly, the original definitions were moved to the end of the section with no modifications. On pages 35 through 36 in the red line document, you will see revisions to the section entitled Discipline of Students with Disabilities. Please note that while there appear to be a large number of revisions, it is primarily edited to help streamline the information and eliminate redundancy. For example, the placement of the language under the section short-term removal, item B7, is now assigned to B5. This allows for a more streamlined understanding of the requirements afforded to students with disabilities during a short-term removal where no pattern of behavior exists. Another example included are the strike-throughs under long-term removal in section C4. This helps eliminate redundancy in the Code of Conduct to help ensure an understanding of the requirements afforded to students with disabilities during a long-term removal. Therefore, these changes all help to ensure that the Code of Conduct clearly identifies these requirements. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm looking at my colleagues around the room. Are there any questions?
This is a very arduous task. I'm very much really impressed by not just the detail, but the really close examination of everything that's in that student handbook. And and I
Right.
fully support. Sorry, and I fully support brevity in what what you're doing. So if it appears at a state level, we don't need, it doesn't need to be in here, and I think that's that helps to clarify it. And it's not part of it is parents don't always understand that. Well, that's in there because that's a state regulation. That's a requirement. That's we didn't make that up. That is So it's good.
Thank you, Dr. Beers. Ms. Hummel?
When Ms. Young and I met for the policy meeting,
Microphone.
we were talking about on page 26 the cell phone usage and the electronic uses / inappropriate use piece. And Ms. Bourgeois, I'm not seeing. Do you remember?
So within the code of conduct, we've left it as the committee has recommended. When we get to policy JFC, you will see that section highlighted in blue for discussion as part of the policy revision.
Okay, which then, how does that loop back to this?
However the policy JFC is approved, that will be represented word for word in the code of conduct.
Okay, great.
So if any adjustments are made there, they'll be reflected in the code of conduct.
Okay, thank you.
And just to confirm, because it wasn't a committee recommendation, it wasn't something the whole committee felt was necessary, therefore it wasn't included in this presentation.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
I think that will get discussed later in the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, but did you have another question? Ms.
no,
Hunley?
so if we want to talk about cell phone usage, it's probably better to wait till the next section. Okay.
Yes, because the policy goes through everything, and that is part of the student code of conduct, but it's not a recommendation of the committee, therefore it's not included here.
I just want to clarify. So what you're saying, Dr. Heron, is after we, so it just seems backwards to me. When we get to the policy portion, if there's a recommendation made by the school board about any of the areas of student conduct, then it will be changed within the student code of conduct?
That's correct. So the policy will override what's in the student code of conduct because the board makes the policy that drives the student code of conduct.
Okay, that's what
And
I
we
wanted to
didn't,
know.
it seems out of place because this came first because the policy's in the policy section, which comes at the end of the meeting, but there still will be an opportunity to discuss it at that point.
Okay, thank you.
And we aren't approving this code of conduct until next meeting anyway, right?
That's correct, and if policy recommendations are made, then the student conduct will be updated to reflect those policy changes, and then you'll approve the updated student code of conduct.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. You're welcome.
Ms. Ordo, if I may just add a comment, Ms. Tracy Harris Mason has been amazing in taking a lot of changes to the code of conduct this year that really reflect the presentation that was made at the last board meeting to do with discipline and the work that's been going on there to make it more consistent across our system and also to address inequities in the system.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Harris Mason.
And we want to thank her for leading that committee work. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you for all of your work.
Did Andrea? Did you?
Yeah, Andrea has it.
Okay. Moving on to item 7.09, review purchase request for weapons detection system.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Keever's going to present this item this evening as part of our safety and security updates.
Thank you, Dr. Heron. Good evening, members of the board. This evening we are bringing to you for consideration the opportunity for Williamsburg James City County Schools to purchase 6 weapons detection systems, as well as some handheld wands that we can utilize. Just background on this for the board's benefit, as we have continued to work through the threat risk vulnerability assessment information that was completed last spring. We have looked at a number of different safety and security practices and processes to continue to refine and enhance the safety of the school division. You probably are aware that we use walk-through metal detectors now at certain athletic events and activities. Those metal detectors that we utilize now need to be refreshed and enhanced. So part of our purchase this evening will allow us to get that accomplished. The other part of our purchase will give us a series of machines that we can utilize for specific purposes relative to particular incidents that come forward, whether there are questions about safety and security or threats to safety and security. We want to be able to have those systems that are portable to move as necessary. You may also recall that we did a demo test at one of our schools here in the last month and a half to get a sense of how that system worked. As an administration, we feel very strongly about the portability of the system and the opportunity to use this as necessary. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Keever. Any questions?
So as far as the hand wands, for security, are those going to be are they in elementary schools, middle and high, or just?
Our wands right now are distributed to our high school buildings, but for use at activities and events. As we bring on the new supervisor for school safety and emergency management, we do intend for these equipment items to be managed and distributed through that person.
Thank you. Ms. Young?
Okay, but they're not just wands.
We're talking about two purchases.
Right.
We're talking about 6 detection systems, and I'm not calling them metal detectors. I'm calling them weapons detection systems based on the sensitivity levels and the way we would use them. The wands are more portable. They're handheld devices that we also utilize.
But what are the others?
The others are the walk-through system that there's information in your packet that kind of details what those look like. It's two.
Okay, I guess I didn't go down far enough.
Yes, ma'am. They appear to be towers that are approximately 4.5 or 5 feet tall.
Right.
And you would walk through the center of that.
Is there a screen? I mean, is it like the TSA at the airport, or is it just give a signal, or?
There is a signal that is provided based on the frequency with which you set the system to. So it can be set at various levels based on what you perceive the threat to potentially be. And the noise will enunciate that you need to rescreen someone or that there is no issue.
And is somebody always going to be there when students are going through there?
If we were to utilize the system in a building, we would definitely have staff available. Just like now at our athletic events, there are staff that guide students and members of the community through. So part of the purchase is related to our regular use of them at various athletic events and activities. The other part of the purchase would allow for us to have systems that we can deploy if we feel there's a need.
When, say, an alarm is sounded as somebody walks through that, where does that information go? Is it just you just hear it, and does it go to a security guard? Does it?
The personnel, the staff that are staffing that particular walkthrough system know that there is a system announcement. So, for instance, you can hear the noise as someone walks through. When we were testing it over at Blair, based on the setting that we had it on, there were some 3-ring binders that set off the system. So we would have the student come and we would open the book bag to look and see that it's a 3-ring binder, have the student go back through with the book bag without the binder to then certify that he or she was not carrying in something to school they shouldn't have. So there is a range of sensitivity within the system, and part of our work in testing these out will be to determine what is the appropriate range if we were using that for an arrival, what's the appropriate range when you're utilizing that for athletics.
And I don't need to know that.
The range?
Nobody else does.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
All right. Any other questions from the room, Ms. Young?
I like the form. I like that.
Right, when I'm reading on here, it says the detection target is mass casualty, shooting weapons, and IEDs. I mean, I guess I don't understand the technology.
The more sensitive that you set the machine to read, the more things that it will pick up. So if you want it to pick up ink pens or cell phones, you would have it on one setting. So in some instances, these are utilized at high security, maximum security facilities where you are not allowed to bring in any type of metal. We would adjust the settings according to the environment that we were using it in.
Okay. But if there was a gun coming into the building, I mean, you don't know that the gun is coming in, but is it sensitive enough it would detect a larger?
It is sensitive enough to detect an ink pen. It is sensitive enough. So the frequency, and as an example, the day we field tested it at Blair, we actually changed the setting during the field test relative to the laptop setting it off or the 3-ring binder setting it off. So part of our goal would be to say, what is the metal frequency that we want it to be on, and we would utilize that in a school environment. Or if there was a particular threat in a particular building and we needed to deploy that system, we would set it on the level that we felt like was most appropriate based on the perceived threat.
Okay, did you have an SRO walk through it? I mean, one of our school resource officers.
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's what I'm basically, I mean, you knew that something was not right with that individual and they walked through.
Correct. And also in that same test environment, I just 3-ring binders, a student with a 3-ring notebook set off the system.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keeper. Any other questions? I just have one question about that, and I know these will be mobile, and is the idea to have them deployed somewhere at all times, not just when there's a specific threat, so that they're constantly being used at least somewhere, or is it, they'd be in storage until you think you have a threat?
I think our intent, without me getting too far into how we might set up a system, would be to have them available at any time, anywhere, and as an example, maybe utilized in a morning in a particular building as students are arriving. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to say they're going to be used every day, everywhere.
No, I don't think, right. But not, you also couldn't say every day somewhere.
Not as we get started. That's correct. I think that's a fair assessment.
Okay.
I think we'll provide the board more information in a closed session environment as to the actual usage and what that's going to look like.
Yes, please. Okay. All right. I think we have one more item in this section, which I believe Mr. Dowell told me that we will be appointing voting delegate and alternate delegate for VSBA voting purposes, and that is typically the chair and vice chair. I believe that's our intent to have that remain the case. I don't know if anyone wants to discuss that or have any other suggestions. No. All right, then at this time I would propose a 5-minute break so that we can maybe do whatever we need to do and stretch our legs a little bit and come back in 5-6 minutes. Is that okay?
Yes.
Thank you. with the instructional goal 1. If you recall, we did present some pieces of goal 1 before, and I think Dr. Worley will reference that this evening as well. And I believe
I'm starting off. I got it.
you're starting off?
Yep.
Mr. Walker's going to start goal 1 this evening. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Herron. We are here to bring you an update this evening on the focus strategies this year for Goal 1 of the strategic plan.
Got the wrong one.
Okay. Is it not on? Oops. Okay, got it. Yep, we got it. Thank you. Goal 1 of the strategic plan focuses on academic achievement and college and career readiness with a commitment to preparing students for success in post-secondary education and careers.
We continued our work across many strategies supporting Goal 1 this school year. For example, the focus on exceptional first-time direct instruction, getting students engaged and attending school regularly, as well as offering individualized student support as needed, were essential factors promoting student success. This all starts with our extremely dedicated teachers, support staff, and building leaders working collaboratively with each other, their students, and our families.
It is important to note that while our presentation this evening highlights 3 focus areas of Goal 1 for the current school year, our staff, teachers, and leaders are deep in the work of supporting every aspect of Goal 1 and continued academic growth across all schools. Strong Tier 1 instruction every day, followed by differentiated opportunities for Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions as needed, and our focus on the main thing, quality teaching and learning, led the way as schools promoted academic achievement. Examples of our continued work include, but are not limited to, collaborative teacher teams and professional learning communities, morning meetings across the elementary schools, the use of hands-on manipulatives and activities, professional learning for staff, enhanced formative assessments in the classroom, and instructional coaching within the schools. This year we are highlighting the work of 3 strategies aligned with Goal 1. Ms. Jessica Walter provided an extensive Goal 1.4 update on expanding opportunities for authentic workplace experiences back in April. Tonight, we will briefly recap some of those initiatives and then highlight 2 other items in Goal 1, Strategy 1.3, which focuses on the implementation of developmentally appropriate literacy instruction, and Goal 1.7, to foster a positive student-centered learning environment where all children are involved in goal setting and decision-making to support their learning.
As you just heard, Ms. Walter recently highlighted some amazing work with 1.4. To recap, our students engaged in seven different kinds of authentic workplace learning experiences this year, to include service learning, mentorship, externship, school-based enterprise, internships, clinical experience, and cooperative learning. Our continued progress in this area has been so incredible it even warranted a standalone Goal 1.4 update. The pictures on this slide include snapshots of internship in Colonial Williamsburg and our 2nd annual mock interviews. We did not want to miss this opportunity, though, to highlight one of our latest initiatives, our senior employment event. This event allowed students to interview at home schools for work placements after graduation. Students will hear from employers over the next few days and weeks. However, one student captured on the slide above is celebrating his new contract with Huntington Ingalls Industries, the Newport News Shipyard, with his graduation coach. He was hired on the spot with our on-site interviews, which includes a signing bonus. We look forward to our continued growth within this area over the next few years with more partnerships within our community.
Now, the next few slides support our focus on Strategy 1.3, developmentally appropriate literacy instruction. With the passage of the Virginia Literacy Act in the 2022 General Assembly, Virginia is focused on improving early literacy outcomes for our youngest learners. Effective for school year 24-25, the Virginia Literacy Act states that every student in grades kindergarten through 3rd grade will receive core literacy instruction grounded in scientifically based reading research and evidence-based literacy curriculum and intervention. So, planning with the end in mind, WJCC staff has been hard at work providing extensive literacy professional learning grounded in evidence-based reading instruction for grades kindergarten through 2 teachers. LETTERS is the acronym for Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling, and is supported by the International Dyslexia Association, the Virginia Department of Education, and the Virginia Literacy Act. Currently, 78% of our current grades K through 2 teachers have completed the 60-plus hours of professional learning, as well as 66 of our additional staff members. For example, curriculum and instruction coordinators, reading specialists, interventionists, tutors, student support teachers, and more. Last, we've allocated and purchased over $450,000 in literacy materials to specifically support direct instruction in phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, comprehension, and writing instruction. I would like to thank Robin Ford, our Director of Elementary Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Robin Moore, and their team of reading specialists, interventionists, tutors, student support teachers, and more for leading this focused early literacy work, which builds a strong foundation for future success. We all know there is nothing more important than learning to read so we can read to learn by the end of grade 3. WJCC Schools, along with 24 other Virginia school divisions, is participating in a state pilot project through the Virginia Department of Education called Bridging the Gap. Our participation supports the state's work with the Virginia Literacy Act around enhancing partnerships with parents and creating and communicating personalized learning plans for students not meeting grade-level reading expectations. This collaborative work aligns to our current WJCC Comprehensive Literacy Plan and also ensures our alignment with the Virginia Literacy Act requirements. 4 of our 9 elementary schools are participating in this state pilot: Clairburg Baker, J.B. Blayton, Laurel Lane, and Norwich Elementary. Specifically, students in grades K through 2 who are receiving Tier 2 literacy intervention from our reading specialists and interventionists are participating. Recently, we shared a survey link with our grades K through 2 teachers, specialists, and interventionists to gather feedback around their ability to provide effective and evidence-based literacy instruction and intervention. This feedback will help inform our next steps to support teachers' needs in order to best meet students' reading needs. Annually, the school division administers the Phonological Awareness Literacy Screening, better known as PALS, to all students in grades K through 2. This statewide literacy screener identifies students meeting the proficiency benchmark each spring. As you can see on the chart to the far right, WJCC students are making significant progress. Current results show that 81% of our students in grades K through 2 combined are meeting the PALS spring proficiency benchmark. We're only 1% away from those pre-pandemic scores. Through a collaboration with the Virginia Department of Education and the University of Virginia, the PALS screener is currently undergoing a 3-year revision process and is expected to be ready for use across the entire Commonwealth in the fall of '24. Another critical piece of sustaining the work in academic achievement is also prioritizing our math and science instruction. So we wanted to squeeze in a couple slides about that. Last year's math SOL data identified the need for direct and targeted support and intervention for elementary students in mathematics. Therefore, 9 math intervention teachers were hired, 1 for each elementary school, supporting approximately 600 students daily across the 9 schools through the implementation of small group math instruction and targeted intervention beyond what they receive in the classroom with their teacher. This spring's SOL science test is based on the newly approved Science Standards of Learning. Therefore, the 9 elementary schools strategically focused on science instruction this school year. Strategies implemented across the 9 schools include hands-on labs for each science unit, specific vocabulary instruction, science-related field trips, using nonfiction text during small group instruction, division-supported collaborative planning, and the usage of common assessments. On this slide, you can see students from James River Elementary School learning about states of matter and seasonal changes. Now, Dr. Worley will take it over.
So strategic plan goal 1.7, foster a positive student-centered learning environment where all children are involved in goal setting and decision-making to support their learning, was another area of focus this year. Over the past few years, teachers and schools have implemented various types of student goal setting connected to academics or progress in specific classes. Research shows student goal setting, and specifically students taking ownership for their own learning, has a significant impact on academic growth. When students set goals, they engage in self-reporting of grades and predict their own academic progress. This also builds confidence and increases ownership in learning. During some of our previous discussions around John Hattie's research and his barometer of influence connected to the impact of specific strategies on student learning, a 0.4 or higher on the barometer is considered to be in the zone of desired effects, meaning research-based strategies with a 0.4 or higher effect size will have a more significant impact on the academic growth of our students. In fact, according to this research, self-reported grades has a 1.44 effect size, which could advance student achievement by 3 more years during one school year. Students who take ownership in their learning through goal setting have the ability to track their own progress and ultimately become active agents in their own learning. Therefore, we did a relaunch of student goal setting with the plan to take this to another level across the next few years. During our October Leadership in Learning, school leaders engaged in professional learning on using student goal setting as an instructional strategy in the classroom. Tools and resources allowed them to begin the design of the implementation plan for their school, including materials to provide professional learning for staff. Schools facilitated professional learning during faculty meetings, and many expanded on goal-setting practices this school year, and every school will plan to include student goal setting as a significant strategic action supporting academic progress in the 23-24 school year. To share a few examples, first, our high school students participated in goal setting using IXL, our skills-based online program, classwork, and other assessment data to set goals in Algebra 1 and Geometry. Students monitored their own progress and even had goal-setting progress meetings with teachers like the one seen on the slide. One school shared that math teachers facilitating student goal setting teach and model the implementation of SMART goals to ensure that students set goals that are specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. Teachers also set up individual meetings, small group meetings, and visual charts to give feedback to students on goal progress. Students review their progress on a weekly, monthly, and quarterly basis. Another high school shared examples of using student goal setting for all students enrolled in recovery courses. These students set individual achievement goals throughout the year. They reflected on their progress each quarter and adjusted actions as needed to reach those goals. A final high school example took place in health and PE classes, where students completed Canvas modules on digital citizenship this spring. They created a My Digital Life profile and set goals for the summer to improve their balance among life activities. Our middle schools also use goal setting through math classes. This slide shows some examples from Hornsby Middle School where students used goal setting to check their progress in IXL and class. They track their overall math score as well as their score for each of the reporting categories within IXL. The tracking sheet not only allows students to be responsible for their learning, but it also is a great way for them to visually see their own progress. The students are creating personalized plans and take pride and shared ownership in their learning as they discuss their progress.
Here we see elementary students sharing examples of goal setting for reaching the 100s Club in kindergarten and graphing current performance in reading and math. Teachers and staff celebrate students' performance and are providing specific support on helping students learn how to create action steps to actually help them meet their goals. So moving forward, we will continue to prioritize high-quality, first-time instruction, formative feedback, and the use of common assessments to support teaching and learning. We will continue to enhance our student goal-setting practices at all schools for the 23-24 school year, and also explore increased opportunities to implement student-led conferences. Madam Chair, this concludes our presentation this evening, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Walker and Dr. Worley. Yes, Mrs.
I have
Hundley.
one question. So the PALS, you said, is going to be revamped for fall of '24. So what are we doing for '23, '24?
We'll still be using that, the original assessment.
The original, okay.
Yes.
And around, any other comments or questions? I have
Madam Chair, if I could just make the comment that we were really excited about the increase in PAL scores because we put such a focus on K2 literacy this year. And at one point in time, we were just measuring certain students with the PALS assessment, but now I believe it's
All students in grades K1 and 2 we must test.
And so it's even better than it looks because we're actually measuring every single student.
Percentage of a greater number.
Yeah, so it's a real celebration for us of progress this year.
Well, that's wonderful. Congratulations then. Thank you for all the hard work. Oh, Mrs. Young?
Oh, I think
Oh, and
Andrea
Mrs.
was
Donner?
first.
I'm sorry.
I just want to say, as a mother of a dyslexic student and watching her progression over the last year, and even though she's in third grade, to see how the change has allowed her to be able to learn to basically go from first grade to being, she passed her SOL.
That's wonderful.
And
Thank
so
you for
that
sharing
is,
that.
I mean, amazing. And same thing on the math. She passed her, with the growth, passed her SOL
That's
and missed it
wonderful.
by one question without the growth.
That's wonderful.
So it's working.
Thank you, Mrs. Donner. Mrs. Young?
Yeah, I just wanted to just ask, so on the chart, you showed us the 81%, this is where we are now.
Current, the students in grades K1 and 2 combined, yes,
this year.
This year, okay, that's,
We literally just got the results in and we've been changing that figure as the results have come in.
okay, great, that's what I wanted to know, thank you.
Very exciting.
Okay. Well, thank you again for your presentation.
Madam Chair, I believe we're moving into Goal 6 at this point. This is
Oh,
the second
I'm
part
sorry.
of our
Yep.
presentation this
You're right.
evening.
Yep.
So we're going to from academics to efficiency
Mm-hmm.
for a short moment. And I believe Mr. Landers is setting off this evening.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Herron. We are pleased to provide you with our update to Strategic Plan Goal 6. Goal 6 focuses on maximizing the division's available resources through efficient operation, streamlining processes, effective use of data, and alignment of our budget to the division priorities. For the 2022-23 school year, the Goal 6 team focused on Strategy 3, develop and implement standard protocols for the use of data to make decisions across all schools and departments, and Strategy 4, analyze and improve the effectiveness of business and operations processes. Under Strategy 3, areas of focus this year included a continued effort from the last several years with how teachers are able to find, select, and implement new instructional technologies within their classrooms. The review team continues to process submitted requests on a schedule 3 times each year. This team is comprised of representatives from instructional technology, assistive technology, student services, and curriculum and instruction. As shown on the screen, the team has received between 9 to 15 requests each year, with the exception of the first year, in which there were 31. Each request is reviewed based on several criteria to include resource purpose and curriculum alignment, ease of use, privacy and security policies, cost, as well as compatibility. The requester is notified of approval or denial. A total of 5 requests have been denied in the past 3 years. Including resources that were in place prior to the start of this process, the division has a total of 67 approved instructional technology tools. We also focused on an opportunity to improve our data quality as a result of state-level changes to various elements required in the annual IPALs and related reports that are focused on our human resources information. Changes in reporting this year required various updates to our data elements in both our student information system and human resources system to align with the new state codes. Throughout this process, where we're able to validate our data in conjunction with updating data within these systems that record years of experience for 840 staff members, as well as updating and validating position codes for 978 staff members and an additional 840 teacher license codes. Making these updates prepares us for future reporting cycles and ensuring that we are compliant with the state-mandated reporting of licensed staff. Mr. Snipes will now share information related to activities under Strategy 4.
Good evening. Under Strategy 4, we focused on an opportunity to improve the PM on-time arrival of our WJCC buses. There were a few factors and variables that assisted the Transportation Department in improvements of 34%, 24%, and 7% at Tier 2 middle, Tier 3 elementary, and Tier 4 elementary, respectively. Those factors were adjusting tier times, moving schools between tiers, consolidating bus stops, creation of non-transportation zones, third-party vendor transportation for some of our most at-risk students, and last but not least, the diligence of the drivers, aides, mechanics, and office team. We continue to monitor the home-to-stop distances and work to increase those distances safely and adhere to school board policy of no distances greater than 0.5 miles for elementary and 1 mile for secondary. This also includes studying the effects of reducing the number of stops on a route and the impacts of non-transportation zones at all levels. Since school year 2018-2019, stop distances have decreased at our elementary schools from 3,868 to 2,506, at our middle schools from 1,978 to 1,835, and at our high schools from 1,722 to 1,514. Under Strategy 4, we also focused on an opportunity to add solar power to our facilities. Solar power on and used by WJCC schools will reduce carbon emissions, create utility savings, develop a solar education curriculum, and create a dashboard for each building utilizing the solar panels. To date, we have completed a number of steps in preparing for this opportunity, to include benchmarking our energy consumption, looking at our school building roofs to determine solar installation feasibility, developing a financing plan, and selecting our best pilot location schools. Tonight, you heard about our efforts to pilot the program within the next 12 months at 3 of our WJCC schools. Also under Strategy 4, we focused on an opportunity to partner with an environmental energy savings performance contractor. Increasingly limited resources challenge the WJCC schools to do more with less. And as operating and maintenance costs and rising energy costs increase, they deplete school funds and create deferred maintenance. The Energy Savings Performance Contract develops a list of energy conservation measures that will reduce WJCC utility and maintenance costs. To date, we have completed a number of steps in preparing for this opportunity as well. They are to include selecting an environmental saving company and organization that is under a cooperative contract, benchmarking our energy consumption, assessing site energy savings opportunities, and developing energy conservation measures. In the near future, you will hear about our plans to partner with an ESCO, which is an energy savings conservation organization, and begin redirecting money spent on utility bills and maintenance to improve building energy efficiency and reduce future planned expenditures in our capital improvement plan. I will now be followed by Mr. Baker, who will highlight efficiency efforts within the Department of Human Resources.
Another effort under Strategy 6.4 is an organizational analysis and planning project related to our employee onboarding experience. In this system evaluation audit, co-facilitated by Elena Trott from Organizational Development, and Robin Rubenstein from Human Resources, we sought to answer the question, how might we better support our employees to set them up for success in their first 90 days and make connections for long-term retention? In essence, how might we enhance our employee onboarding experience to ensure all employees not only receive the information they need to be successful, to successfully perform in their new roles, but also feel belonging and connection to the WJCC family? First, the facilitators met with key team members who play a role in the onboarding process to get a better understanding of our current processes and identify potential areas for system improvements. Those groups included Human Resources, the Enterprise Systems, Payroll, Curriculum Instruction, the Technology Integration Coaches, and school principals. Next, the facilitators conducted voluntary focus groups with new employees who have joined the division within the last 3 years to gather their perceptions of the onboarding experience. Using the stakeholder feedback collected, the facilitators proposed 28 recommendations to enhance the 5-phase employee onboarding process shown here. Each of the recommendations related to one of 4 themes: interdepartmental communication, workflow automation, mentorship training for all employee groups, and 4, the progress monitoring. An onboarding coherence team consisting of team members from various departments will be reviewing these recommendations to determine the next steps for the 23-24 school year. This completes our update on Goal 6. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Baker and Mr. Snipes. Mrs. Hundley?
So I just have one question. I know you probably don't know the answer. I'm really impressed with children being able to get home on time. I was wondering, just having to sit in car lines a lot when I try to go to a school, how much do you think that's affected? How many kids? I mean, there's a lot of kids that don't ride the bus, and that's such a great experience for children. I hope that at some point we get back to letting our children ride the school bus, but I wonder how those numbers would look if we had more kids on the bus.
You mean the on-time percentage?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to tell, because if those children are still at the same stop, if they're in the same neighborhood, the number of stops affects the amount of time that we can get to school. So if they're at the same stop, it really doesn't have that big of effect.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Young?
Yeah, I just had a question. Mr. Snipes, how many non-transportation zones do we currently have in the school district?
I can get you that answer for you. Mr. Keever may be able to know right off the top of his head.
I don't want to give you bad information. I believe we'll get it specifically. Right now it's at the secondary level. You'll recall that we did some work with high school and middle schools last year, and there are any number of areas under consideration right now for elementary schools, with final determination for that made by the end of this month and shared with the elementary parents.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Beers, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just curious. I looked through the various phrases that employed that employee onboarding experience, and I think it's a really good idea. Question I had is I went back to that earlier slide, informed by stakeholder feedback, enterprise systems, payroll, human resource, the other ones too, and I'm wondering, what opportunities are there, or could we have opportunities where folks in one or more of those areas get to know and meet folks in the other areas, so that new teachers at a school have at least have a sense of having met the various central office people, for example. We're all divided. They're all divided up. Teachers meet with teachers, principals meet with principals, central office people meet with central office. I think, in terms of everybody feeling that they've got the same kind of stakes that everybody else has in there. I just think that I used to fuss about that at William and Mary, and that's exactly. And unless somebody made a concerted effort to get out of their realm and, join this or go see that. But especially with new people aren't gonna do that. They're not, first of all, they're not gonna know. I'm just, maybe you do, and I just. don't
Actually,
know.
we started something this year called Teacher Connect, and every new teacher across our system attended various opportunities, and some were to meet central office staff. I spent time with them, getting feedback from teachers brand new to our system and brand new to teaching in two different categories. But they all got an opportunity to get to know each other over several meetings, and also meet our curriculum staff and meet operations staff. So it really was one of those connection things. So we did it for the first time this year, so it was a great idea. And I think it really made staff feel valued to meet people and to give input into how we could do
Expands the
better.
whole notion of a community.
Absolutely. So we've started the journey on that good idea already.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Do that. Keep doing that.
Great, thank you. Ms. Hummel?
Mr. Snipes, on the strategy for the solar power analysis that we kind of had that review today. I guess I just have a question about why it's been put on or suggested or recommended that it's actually going to be put on the agenda for June 20th for approval. Is that?
Because it involves a certain type of contract that we actually haven't had before, and because it's such a big change for us to use our roofs for solar power, we wanted board approval before moving forward with the contract. Marcel, do you want to add something else?
We'll also probably have to rent the rooftop space for like $1. So, $1.
What?
Yeah. We'll probably, by contract, we have to rent them space. We'll have to rent them a space for $1.
So that's the process. That's part of the process.
It feels a little rushed to me. You have to vote on it.
Is there a time frame that you would want to look at it? I think but for us it doesn't, because we've been working through a process for a long time. But I realize the board's hearing it for the first time tonight.
I mean, I don't know if you.
I agree with Ms. Hummel. I had the same impression. It's such a huge project and a huge contract for so long, and it obviously has been in the works for some time. It just hasn't come to us yet, and it feels like a quick turnaround to be approving something that we don't know a whole lot about as individuals. That's just my impression as an individual. So. That's not where we are right now. But Mrs. Donner, did you have a?
I think my only question was, what that gave me pause was a 25-year contract, and so just wanting to have a framework around. I know Newport News has done it, and it looks like Virginia Beach, and so just understanding, is 25. I understand why it's a 25-year contract, but is that normal for a school board to enter into a contract that's that long? And also, I also want to clarify, it sounds like it's a pilot of just 3 schools, so we're not approving all 12 that was on the list. It's the approval of just trying it with 3 at first. Is that correct?
Mr. Snipes?
What if
Hold on one second. Can we let Mr. Snipes answer Mrs. Donner's question, and then we'll come to you?
We have the opportunity to move forward with more than 3 at the present time. This is 3 year. The 3 contracts are for James Blair, James River, and Jamestown. The savings we would accumulate over the 25 years is what we would be looking at each time we want to add on to a building. So my understanding is that we do not have to do every building. However, our contract would be for 25 years for those buildings in which we do perform.
So we're starting small with 3 schools. I think the key question, so that you don't feel rushed in a fairly major decision, is to maybe generate some other things that you would want to know, or other information that you would want us to provide for you at the next meeting to perhaps allow us to move forward at the first meeting in July. So it'd be very helpful to think through what else you'd need from us to really consider such a significant decision.
And as a reminder, we provided you a frequently asked questions, or at least some questions and answers for you two-page.
Just say real quickly, it would be like, why those three schools? Like, why were those three schools the ones that were chosen? That would be one of my questions.
Okay, those three schools were chosen because they were the ones that were most recently new for James
Okay.
James Blair.
Okay.
Hayes River has a new roof. Jamestown has a new
Okay.
roof.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Beers, did you have an additional question?
I need to, find out. Can I
You use your microphone, please.
Can I assume that facilities management, superintendent, you're very much in support of this? Can I assume that or not, or is it one of those, well, whatever you think?
No, I think we've been looking at it. In fact, Mr. Snipes and I were looking at this well before the pandemic, and then it was all put on hold. And so we came back around again to look at the possibility of solar on our roof. So we look at, this kind of our energy savings and our green footprint through buses. Our prospects are quite limited because within the county, the distance is too long for, electric buses. And so this gives us another way to look at our carbon footprint and actually save some money in the process.
I guess the other thing, it is like a pilot program. What if we get 7 or 8 years into this? We have a 25-year-old contract, and we begin to realize that there's some serious flaws here. Maybe that ought to be, I don't know, maybe that should be part of it, is making it a pilot. Is it officially going to be called a pilot program? Maybe that's why it should be called a pilot
I
program.
think part of our calculus in this was that there isn't a way for us to install solar on all of the buildings that have been determined viable within a calendar year, which is why I think there were 3 initially that were determined relative to roof capacity. I think it might help if we bring forward the contractual language with some information that you can see if you have additional questions, as Dr. Heron referenced, that we can try to answer and address. And if we're not ready in June and we get closer to being ready in July, I think that's a target. We want to be sure that you feel comfortable with the information that we're presenting. I think administratively we feel very comfortable with it, but I can understand the need to kind of further understand the layers to it.
Yeah, and I think it is not that it's sudden, but it is sudden in the sense that, it sounds really great. Here's the proposal. This guy's so energized. He can't wait to get going. And let's. And it's like, well, wait a minute.
As a reminder, you're going to potentially approve a budget transfer at the next meeting to cover electric costs. So I think part of the process for us is looking for ways to potentially save money down the road, and this is an avenue to explore.
So I think Dr. Beard.
That's what I like to. I want to hear that.
Yeah.
This is something they didn't just walk in and say, "Hey, we got a great deal," or did they?
No, sir.
You went. You asked. You said
we
want here.
We've been actively looking for years.
I feel more confident.
Well, we chose the company to pursue. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
I was going to say, do we want to have this substantive discussion now, or do we want to perhaps revisit that agenda item and have a more substantive discussion next time and delay approval rather than belabor it now?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I think getting some explanation of some of those terms in the contract, it would be,
We'll bring the
I've got a
contract.
pretty good idea, but I also know some Dominion upper level employees. So I think that it is new. I think it's fantastic.
Okay.
But electric cars were new too, and everybody went wow, and they got issues now.
Right. So while I realize we are not at agenda item 7.01 anymore, can we at this point say we will not add that to the agenda for next time for approval?
We'll put it on for proposed item again. We'll maybe take some of the frequently asked questions, the information you've got tonight, and maybe present some of that for the general public as well as for the board, and then bring some pieces of the language of the contract and provide some more general information. And we're very happy to do that because we've been living it for a while, but understandably you haven't, and thank you for the feedback this evening.
All right, everyone else is good with that. And Mrs. Young, did you have another question
Well,
about
it
this
just came-
goal
I mean,
6?
Dr. Heron mentioned the buses that we purchased that run, and I would like a report on that because that was another proposal that was supposed to save us money. And what I just heard you say, that because of the distances that our buses have to travel, that maybe that hasn't worked out the way that we hoped it would. But I would just like a report on how that is going and what are some of the issues related to that. And I just think that would help because I think, I mean, I kind of have that same feeling I had with that about this. And I believe, well, I hate solar farms. I absolutely hate them. But I think solar power is wonderful. And you're right, $300,000 in a budget transfer is not funny. But I do think we need more information at this point, and just and maybe telling us how you got into that, how that was approached. Did you approach it to Dominion? Did they approach you? I mean, some just general information, I think, would be beneficial.
We can certainly provide you. The bus conversation, I think we prefer to hold to a different time and focus just on this at the next meeting. But absolutely, we'll talk about buses. We have 4 in our fleet, correct? That were bought on a grant program, and we've been monitoring those. We've also been watching the evolution of the electric bus over the last couple of years, and haven't determined that it's the right time to buy more just yet. And so we'll provide some information as to our reasoning on that, and then also talk about the percentage of the fleet that we may be able to go electric with compared to the whole fleet, because our division is long and skinny and there's a lot of miles involved, and electric buses are not perhaps the perfect choice for our division for a whole fleet, but certainly for a percentage of the fleet. So we've been talking about that as well, and we'll be happy to bring some information at a later date.
Thank you. Okay, so is everyone comfortable with goal 6? What we decided for next time? Yeah? All right, thank you so much, Mr. Snipes. All right. We move on to 8.02. Discussion of the fiscal year 2023 year-end projection.
At this time in the year, Madam Chair, we and school board members, we bring a prediction of end of year and what monies will be left at the end of the year. And Ms. Ewing is about to bring that information this evening. Normally at this time we're bringing a very detailed end of year spending plan, but as you know, with the recent contract negotiations between the city and county, that no longer exists. And Ms. Ewing will speak to that a little bit this morning, or this evening as well. It is almost morning this evening.
Not quite.
Thank you, Dr. Heron. This evening, I will be providing an update regarding our projected revenue and expenditures for this fiscal year. This information is projected as well as very preliminary and unaudited, and will change as we close out the fiscal year. This slide shows a breakdown of our projected revenue as compared to our adopted budget. We do not yet have our final allocation from the state. The information has been projected based on the most recent calc tool that was provided in April. The federal and other local funds are based on revenue received to date. Our total projected revenue is currently estimated to be $161,100,000, which is approximately $800,000 above our fiscal year 23 budget of $160,298,500. Again, all of this information is estimated and may change. Here you'll see our projected expenditure status as of the end of May. Our year-to-date expenditures amount to approximately $134.1 million, and we currently have outstanding encumbrances of $3.1 million. Our projected payroll expenditures for the remainder of the year are estimated to be $15.4 million, and projected non-payroll expenditures for June are estimated to be $500,000. When you compare our projected revenue to our projected expenditures, the preliminary estimate of funds remaining at June 30th totals approximately $8 million. Based on the new contract for the joint operation of the school division, 90% of this amount, or $7.2 million, would be maintained by the localities in a future school use account, and 10%, or approximately $800,000, would be retained by the localities. In closing, I just want to remind everyone again that the information is projected as well as very preliminary and will be fine-tuned as we close out the year over the next couple of months. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Ewing. Any questions, Ms. Hummel?
But just for everyone else, just the clarity is 90% of the funds are being kind of set in reserve for the CIP for the future building of schools and refurbishments and everything else.
We believe that's the intention with the new joint agreement, that there's language in there that suggests that it's set aside for schools. In this instance, we would seek the board's, working with the board chair and going through the board to talk about when we send the money back to actually potentially earmark the money we're sending back for the 10 million short in the funding of the pre-K spaces.
Yeah. Okay.
We would invite the board's input with the potential of writing a letter to say we really would like this directed to this particular project because it's underfunded right now and we really need it fully funded. Mm-hmm. So that would be one thought as we move the money back over to school fund use.
And end of school spending, though, in the past it was we could use it for operational expenses. Is that correct?
As long as it was one-time expenses, we couldn't use it on and on because it was one-time money. That was the main restriction on it.
Okay.
So it doesn't, so we could stay there a while. It's not, you don't have to spend it all right away.
It goes back to the county and the city, and through the new joint agreement, they each have an account that they will put leftover funds in for future school usage. Does not state exactly what it'll be used for.
And we're the only ones that can get it.
That's 10% goes back to general county and city for their own use, and whatever 90% is earmarked.
But yeah,
for our use. I mean, I do believe if there was an emergency or something broke down or we had an air conditioning system go out, that fund is great to have sitting in case we have an issue that we haven't budgeted for. And I do think if there was another type of event that was a one-time use, they would certainly consider a request that we would make for a particular event.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Herron. Any other questions on this topic from the board? I'm not seeing any. So we will move on to a whole host of policies.
Mr. Keever's joining us as the policy expert again this evening. Mr. Keever and other staff are here as well.
Thank you, Dr. Herron. Good evening, board members. We do have a number of policies to review this evening that have been through the policy committee, attorney review, senior leadership review, back to the policy committee. So we've got several different review processes that are occurring as we work with you collaboratively to get as updated as possible on our policies and regulations. First one is 9.01. Revisions to IGAH, which is the Family Life Education policy. There are specific things I would call out in terms of the revision to include lines 10 through 12, where we're going to recommend, or we are recommending, utilizing VSBA language to replace the original language. We are changing some code citations. We have renamed the Family Life Education community involvement team, and that's included in the policy revisions. There is information related to statement of parents' rights, lines 21 through 23, and some overall cleanup of the policy writ large.
Thank you, Mr. Keever.
Sure.
Are there any questions or comments from the board on this one? Did you raise your hand, Mrs. Young?
No, I was just.
All right. I had a question, just a small one. Hopefully it's small. In the paragraph on the first paragraph under parental rights, and I know it looked like most of this language was pretty much lifted from the code, except that our policy includes the caveat, a complete copy of all printed materials not subject to copyright protection will be made available. And that's not in the code. I was just curious where that came from.
That's a good question. Ms. Ford, did you hear that?
I did. So the way we have it structured is that starting next year, not only will there be a printed copy of all instructional materials that aren't subject to copyright material will be available in the schools, and then all materials will also be available online for parents to access. And then if parents can't access either the materials online at home, or there's a video or audio material that we can't put in a binder of printed material, that they would be able to access that at the school.
Sure. My question is, why would there be any caveat for any material being made available within the school for someone to come see? Why is there a caveat that it can't be subject to copyright protection? Because that language is not in the code.
Just, I would assume, to protect us from making copies of something that we are by law not allowed to copy.
But the law is telling you to provide the printed materials.
Certainly.
Not to distribute them, but just to make them available.
Right. I'm assuming we wouldn't be able to violate that copyright law for the particular material, but that material, again, we could either provide the textbook, if it's a textbook, or some other type of supplementary material that we're not allowed to provide. We have that resource that we would use, that teachers would use or students would use. We would provide that resource for the parent who would be interested in reviewing it.
And not necessarily uploading that online.
Right.
So I think it might be the combination of the sentence, potentially. So I think the sentence is referring to the fact that if it's copyright protected, we won't.
Put it on the portal.
Correct.
But it could be
Available
shown in
to
the school.
available to.
Because that's okay.
If that's the way
That
that
needs to be
you
worded differently. But
okay, then we can. If you feel like that is potentially confusing, I think we could reword that. The idea is to protect us as a division to not post something that is copyright protected in somewhere that's not password protected or something along those lines.
Okay, so it's
not that a parent doesn't have access to
not
it.
the printed materials made available in the school. It's the putting it on the online.
Correct.
Okay.
That was the intent of that. So if you feel like we can more appropriately word that so as not to provide confusion, we can look at that.
I feel like it might be good to make that distinction because that sentence is pretty much verbatim from the code, except the code says a complete copy of all printed materials and a description of all audiovisual materials shall be kept in the school library. So it doesn't address that.
The electronic version,
right?
And we were trying to be even more accessible for folks to be able to access it from wherever, with the exception of those items that we feel like are copyright protected.
Sure.
So
well, if there's a way to distinguish that and just make it clear that you're actually trying to make it more broadly available, that I think that would be great. But policy, Mrs. Young?
The only thing, and thank you, because I think I hadn't noticed that. Had you noticed that? And I had looked at code, but I think maybe we have the place in here, parental portal. Maybe that statement should address, that it's made available through any available parental portal should be associated with not subject to copyright, and then an additional statement that lets them know that in the school they would have access to everything. I think that would solve that problem because that line is not in the code. We've looked, so thank you.
So we'll review lines 47 and 48 for clarity.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. Anything else, Dr. Beers?
Yeah, I have a question. I was looking at the Family Life Education 2020 BOE guidelines. Have they developed any new guidelines since 2020?
No, these are the most recent
So that is the
guidelines.
most recent, even though there's a lot of discussion going on up there in terms of changes they want to make, but they haven't come out with a document yet. Okay, I was just curious.
Okay, anything else from the room? Okay. You, Ms. Ford.
Moving to policy IGAJ, driver education. The policy review components include a closer mirroring of the VSBA policy to specify that the board provides a specific instructional program and listing of the programs. The policy committee wanted to ensure that we added lines specifying that the school board is willing to waive fees. We did have a good conversation during the policy review committee meeting that is a part of our general student fee process, but the committee wanted us to ensure that language was included in this as well, so we added that. Also, since it's not necessarily the superintendent that sends the listing, it's the superintendent or designee, we added that information as well with respect to the DMV.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? No?
The third one is agenda item 9.03. Policy is INB, teaching controversial issues. There is a model policy that we've included in the information. We've revised language to instruct teachers and advise them to guard against communicating their personal opinions. We have also added or revised to state the student's rights, and you'll see that within the edit itself.
Thank you. Dr. Beers?
Does this fall into that? If parents object to the controversial issue, their student doesn't have to participate in that part of the instruction class?
Does it?
I believe that's a different policy. Is that correct, Mr. Keever?
It would be a different policy that governs that. It would probably fall under KLB.
Right, but is some of the language from here in there? Do we know that?
This is really about sort of the teacher's responsibility relative to that. We haven't necessarily included specific language from KLB within that policy.
Okay, I'm just looking at the, although the instructional program includes study of the political party system in the United States. There are people that are, that all that information they don't want to be shared with their students, so I don't know, I'm perfectly happy with the way it is, I'm thinking, trying to anticipate how that is different from.
Yeah, I guess that's what I asked last time.
Book, or you're not gonna.
Am I the right one?
They're kind of, you can almost combine them.
Yeah.
I think this one really focuses on the role of teachers and not bringing their personal opinions or political affiliation into the classroom, but to keep it really factual. And the policy is really important because it keeps the school system neutral and factual on how it presents material.
No, I completely agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Young?
Mr. Keever, isn't this the policy that I asked that the policy, a reference to our policy on sexually explicit material should be added to this?
I believe IIA, instructional materials, is that policy.
Right, and I think I asked that would be added to this because many of those, I mean, we're being hit by those.
It's cross-referenced below. Yes, ma'am.
It's from the first one.
First one.
Oh, okay.
And the green would suggest that it's a new addition. So we have, based on that, it hasn't previously been cross-referenced.
Okay, thank you. I
You're
just
welcome.
was looking for that. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other thoughts or questions? I just have a sort of more comment than a question, and it's a little bit to Dr. Beer's point. Just based on the experience that we have had in recent weeks about policies that might not cover how to handle something after the fact, I'm just curious how is this policy enforced, or how would anyone, if someone felt that it was being violated, how is that handled?
Well, I think there's a two-part, I think, response to that. Part one is, how do we ensure that teachers know that this is a policy and something that needs to be followed? And organizationally, we've talked about the need for teachers and staff in general to be aware of a number of policies and regulations that have been revised over the course of this year. Mm-hmm. So one of the benefits to revising nearly 100 policies in a year is that you've revised 100 policies. The unintended consequence of that is that some things have changed and we need to communicate that. Mm-hmm. So we've talked specifically about sharing with teachers during that pre-service week or first month or so of school. Here is a listing of policies that have been revised and enhanced or altered, and here is your responsibility as a teacher to know that. So that's on the teacher front. I think on the if there is a parent or a student, I guess, who feels like there is a violation of this policy or a violation of this type of scenario, it's a conversation with the building principal as a starting point in terms of, I'm concerned about this, I'm concerned about this material, and then we would walk them through what are the appropriate next steps.
Okay.
The only other,
Dr. Pierce, go ahead.
I'm just going back to that last sentence. Do you think that last sentence is necessary to put in there about the political party system?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think line 23 is particularly important because the instructional program does include study of the political party system. Whether the board wants the last part of the clause is a board decision.
Oh no, I didn't even think I was even thinking about that. No, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Right.
I think that's
obviously part of the curriculum, and they're going to be dealing with it in the class.
I think both parts of that sentence are factual.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. If I could add with your question about how.
You have to keep that other. Yeah. No. God. No. I wasn't thinking of that.
As to how we follow up even with policy, Mr. Keever in the weekly memo to principals, when policies are updated, he sends all of that information with the policy updates to principals at every building, and then they would share appropriate ones with staff as well. So there is that ongoing every week, as well as the training on specific policies that we're about to do this year.
That's a good question.
okay. We're good to move on, everyone? Okay. All right, let's move on.
Yes, the next one, 9.4, revision to policy ECABA, employee identification badges. Some of you may recall that this policy came to the board spring of 22 for revision. They were minor revisions at the time. There was discussion about whether or not we as an organization still needed to have a policy on name badges. So we tabled that policy. We got the results of the threat risk vulnerability assessment that would suggest that every staff member every day wearing a name badge in a prominent location is an important component of safety and security. The policy is back before you this evening because we believe that the revisions as suggested are the right way to go.
I have a question about that from a safety perspective. So in other organizations I'm in, you don't have the name of the entity, nor do you have a lanyard that says it, because if one of us drops our identification, then someone picks that up, and then that gives them access to buildings. And so it's just it's a question from a safety perspective. I don't have my badge here, but for Capital One, like all of our badges look the same. If you're a contractor, it's yellow. For if you're an associate, it's blue. So you know it's the Capital One badge, but nothing on it says Capital One, and you're not allowed to have a Capital One lanyard or anything. So if you lose it, it's just a badge. And so just wanted to put that out there from a safety and threat concern, because I think it's basically like, here are my keys, I dropped it, and it says my address, and here's my car, and go steal it. So just a thought.
Thank you. We'll look.
Sorry, and I just put that out there for the whole world to know how to go
Right.
to schools.
We are able, I think when badges are lost and or misplaced and potentially stolen, we are able to deactivate the badge for those folks who don't have access and shouldn't have access. So I think that's part of it.
We could go to thumbprints.
Okay.
Microchip.
And also all badges only give access to where that person is. It's all, everyone has a different level of access depending on where they work.
Yeah, I just think I might not have realized I lost my badge for 5 days. Maybe if you're going to schools all the time, but right, you could still drop your badge and an actor could pick that up and still have access. So just a
Thank you.
That's good feedback. All right. Any other substantive comments or questions for this policy? All right, I think we can move on.
Okay, thank you. Item 9.05, revisions to GBA CCA bullying prevention training. This for administration and the policy committee is really a companion piece with the next agenda item 9.6, GBB, prohibition of abusive work environments. The first policy is simply stating that we will, for our staff, have bullying prevention training, and that's an important component of our adult awareness to help ensure that bullying is not occurring in our schools and school buildings. You'll see a revision to the code there. The next policy, and I can answer any questions if you have questions about that one.
Anyone? Questions?
The next one, GBB, would be a new policy for us. There is a code provision in state code that requires school boards to have a policy prohibiting an abusive work environment. We, through review and updating, realized that that's something that we need to have added to our policy manual.
Okay, so this is just brand new.
It is brand new.
All right, did anyone have any comments on this? Questions? Okay, we certainly don't want abusive work environments. All right, let's move on to 9.07.
Yes, ma'am. This policy is related to the expectation of a drug-free and alcohol-free workplace. We are recommending some additional content language that we feel aligns with current best practice across the educational spectrum. There have been situations where, based on reasonable suspicion in the way our policy is currently situated, that we have not necessarily been able to compel a member of our staff to be drug tested or to go through a breathalyzer, for instance, and we feel like specific language needs to be added to the policy in order to have that accomplished. Additionally, there is a companion regulation that very specifically details what the pieces of the process would include.
Okay. Anyone have anything to add to that? All right, let's move on.
Thank you. The next one is 9.08, revisions to JEA, which is school attendance. We are recommending that the title of the policy change from school attendance to compulsory attendance. I do think as a community, sometimes when we think school attendance, we're thinking about the area with which I reside and which school I'm supposed to attend, which we see is different than this. This is about the requirement that you attend school on a daily basis. So we've renamed it to compulsory attendance. We've revised wording in lines 6 through 24 to better align with VSBA. There have been some code revisions and more generally the idea that we want to ensure that our policy on compulsory attendance is aligned very specifically with VSBA.
Okay. Anyone have, Mrs. Donner?
I had a question on the wording. where it says, it's in that first set of paragraphs, every parent, blah, 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 on the 30th of any school year and who has not passed the 18th birthday shall cause. My English isn't so great, but it just felt awkwardly worded. So it's saying that parent or guardian shall cause such child to school. It sort of is like, I guess it's like make the child, it just cause. Sounds very formal, but perhaps everyone else will catch
Shall
it.
is stronger than will.
That's one.
No, it's the shall cause.
Right, so the clause is stricken and it does go from shall to clause. We'll look at that to,
It's just awkward.
It's just awkward.
yes, ma'am.
17.
It's
Okay.
just awkward. Yeah, I agree.
We'll want to review that in the context of the code and then see what the possibilities are.
Yeah.
Mr. Keeper, probably
Shall
attorney.
ensure, shall make.
Shall send?
Ensure that, or.
Well, no, I actually think it could be, not that, I'm not an attorney, but it could be that you can't ensure that they attend maybe physically because there's transportation in between. So you're sending them, but.
We'll want to ensure that it's legally sufficient if we do change it, but I'm pledging that we'll look at those 3 lines and the wording to ensure that we're in compliance.
All right, anything else on this one? Next one?
Yes, 9. What is this?
09.
This is 9.9?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 9.9, I'm sorry. JEC, school admission. Last revised in February of 2017. There were some grammar edits that we made based on the May 2023 VSBA update. This is just hot off the press from VSBA, so we've made some updates there. Legal and cross-references updated. In general, they're not huge substantive changes with the exception of the lines 64 through 90, which is VSBA language related to active duty military and also federal employees.
Mrs. Donner?
I had a question on this on, I guess, page 4, under additional admission requirements. Section B. So this says that if the parent cannot produce like a birth certificate, and even if the superintendent says it's fine, the child can attend, we still have to report that to law enforcement. So is that, I'm just trying to understand, is that sort of for undocumented or like what's?
I believe that's the case. Ms. Bourgeois, are you tracking with it where she is?
Yes.
Okay.
It's also for child endangerment, like parents that have taken students and that sort of thing. So it's just kind of a check.
So, but we do report to law enforcement, which might then report to like ICE or one of those enforcement agencies around immigration.
Are you asking, is that possible?
Yeah.
I would tell you that I believe it is possible that occurs. I would also, I believe there is a code provision for that we'll make sure that we are mandated to do that, but we'll make sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just to clarify, it does not apply to students who are identified as homeless under the McKinney-Vento Act. They are allowed immediate admission to school.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments on this one? Okay, let's move on to 9.10, 9.10.
Student absences, excuses, and dismissals. We are recommending in JED that the policy title change, because we felt like it's not really about dismissals. It's about being released from school, not being dismissed from school. We thought that might be it has been a little bit confusing. Lines 7 through 67 revised wording to better align with VSBA. There's an additional focus on truancy and unexcused absences, including a communication plan with parents, requirements for attendant intervention plans, and subsequent court referrals if the other pieces of the puzzle that we've attempted to utilize have not come into play. I think the board is particularly aware of some of the challenges across the Commonwealth and within WJCC around attendance and chronic absenteeism, and we do feel like this is there are necessary changes with the way we have created an attendance policy.
Okay. Any questions or comments on this one? I have a question just because we received a comment asking about the discrepancy between the verbiage here that says parents of students who are absent must inform the school the reason for the absence no later than upon the student's return, and in our regulation it does say within 5 days. Is there a reason? Is there something different about those two, or?
I'm looking at the policy. Do you have are you looking at a policy line, Ms. Ortego, or are you?
I was
I'm sorry.
not, just in the green part. I can look at the line. Let's see. It's different in here. Line 3738 of the policy, and then
And in the proposed regulation.
in the regulation it says within 5 days, and in the policy it says upon return to school. So there was just a question. We all received a question about it, so I just wanted to, if that was just an oversight, or if there's a difference between what the two are covering, perhaps.
Ms. Bourgeois, do you have?
We can review that.
Okay.
Verify that.
We'll take a look at that. So part of our, we'll review it. I think the regulation itself is perhaps how we are attempting to address the policy, recognizing that sometimes we don't get that upon return to school, so then we're putting another time frame on it ourselves, because it's not as though we prohibit your return to school if we don't have a note.
Right.
But we'll check out and see whether or not that needs to be.
The policy wording mirrors the VSBA wording, which I think is trying to attempt to get that immediate documentation. The regulation is providing guidance to our staff that implements the processing of the attendance and giving some time there to address it.
Mr. Kastner, do you have anything else to add? I know you've lived and dreamt this for a year.
So in the policy itself,
Need you on microphone though.
The policy itself, we were just mirroring the language that was in the VSBA. As far as in the regulation, in statute 22.1-258, it says notes should be returned within 5 days. So we were pulling that into the actual policy piece or the regulation piece and just mirroring the VSBA for clarity. Okay. We can change them both so they say the same thing if that's what is preferred.
It was just a question that was brought to us, and it seemed like the wording was slightly different. So I was just curious if they covered two different things. That's perhaps the explanation.
It's the same thing.
I didn't know if a note is not received, will it be a difference between what's considered excused and unexcused if it's not received the day upon return? Just if there's any, discrepancy on that.
Further clarification.
Yeah.
We can look at that. I mean, ultimately, an absence is an absence is an absence when it comes to the chronic absenteeism piece.
Right.
But we can look at the time frame.
Right.
And perhaps the mirroring of both pieces that they say the same thing would be helpful.
And perhaps they do, and they're just talking about different circumstances. I just wanted to make sure because we were asked. Okay, anything else? Okay, I think we're on to our very last policy for tonight.
JFC, student conduct. We had an occasion a little bit earlier to review specific revisions to the Code of Student Conduct as proposed by the committee that met to talk about that. There are several revisions to the actual policy itself that are being recommended with respect to alignment with the Code of Conduct. I can go line by line through that if you would like for me to. My sense is that you have the one pager from the code of conduct information presentation. You also have the information in the policy overview piece. So if there are particular questions about the revisions, why don't we go there?
Sounds good. Yeah, are there any questions from the board?
Yes,
Mrs.
I
Hunley?
was wondering if this was a good time for us to have a board discussion on the cell phone usage, which is embedded in the middle of all of this.
It's 207.
Yeah. And just to say some positive things first that I've seen, I really am excited when I'm in classrooms and I'm in there often, and you don't see as much cell phone use if children are up and moving and really engaged. Also, I've seen them use the Mentimeter ones when the children take the cell phones out and they can interact with what's going on the screen, and those are very positive uses of the cell phone. I've seen in middle schools where some children, I guess they had to come down and ask the office clerk. They were sent there to use the phone, I think, to call their parent. But I have a lot of concerns, and middle school seems to be doing a good job. And when I looked at the blueprint where it says what the expectations are for cell phones for K-8 and 9-12, it's almost like the K-8 should switch places with the 9-12, where it says the power on these devices must be turned off prior to entering school. Leaving the device on vibrate, silence, or ringer off is not acceptable. So these are the concerns that I've had just from observations and speaking with staff. When children are in a lockdown, they really should not have access to their phones to be calling their parents when they're in lockdown. They're supposed to be quiet, cell phones off. Students, where I've seen this go a not good so way is when we had the dogs come into the schools and students were able to communicate between classrooms to let other students know what was going on. I actually had a student call me, not call me, text me, and I was like, what are you texting me for? You're in lockdown. And then that's just not okay. Students looking out the window when they see police cars, texting their parents to come get them because they don't know what's going on. And then the administrator sends out a robocall or whatever those calls are to tell parents, you know, we've got this under control, when that shouldn't have happened. Students, okay, so for example, going to the restroom, I've seen a couple of us go to the restroom, we don't take our phone. If we take our phone, and they came right back, didn't miss much time for the meeting. I've been in schools where students have their phones, they're texting to the restroom, they're staying in the restroom texting, or whatever, TikToks, and I just would like to see a little discussion on how we can just make it a little bit more streamlined. The one earbud in, to me, is a safety issue. If you have a fire drill or something and you have one earbud in, and some kids put the hoodie on so that a teacher doesn't even know that the earbud is in, and they miss some directions. There's also a safety issue. Well, some children are able to, I hate to use the word cheat, but peer assistance when they have the earbuds in. Some teachers don't feel comfortable asking high school students for their phone. Middle school teachers seem to be able to get the phone better, and they had some things where the principal will take it and the parent has to come get it. I don't really see anything in here where the consequences are when you're not using your phone correctly and you won't give it up to a teacher. There's been some instances of cyberbullying on the phones. So I just think cell phones just in the high schools need to be, we just need to talk a little bit more about restricting them a little bit more so that they don't miss a lot of instruction.
Dr. Heron, you want to respond to that?
Not to respond directly because I want the board to have a conversation first, but just to clarify for the board, in blue, it was put in blue because administrations, I think one of the suggestions was that all it's K-12 would have the same paragraph, where every student, once they walk onto school grounds, would turn off their phone immediately. It wasn't allowed to be on vibrate, it wasn't allowed to be on silent, the ringer not off, nothing. It just had to be turned off completely, and there was some suggestion that would be for K-12. We do differentiate between 9 and 12 and K-8 right now, and this is the current policy. The reason it's in blue is we have some considerable concerns about having the same rules for K-8 and 9-12 from an administrative standpoint, but please discuss first, and we can certainly make you aware of those, and obviously the board, this is your policy.
Mrs. Young, you want to?
Yes, I guess, Dr. Heron. Personally, I think we should have the same policy through all the grades, but I think I would be interested in hearing your take on why you think there should be a differentiation between the grade levels.
Absolutely. I mean, and Dr. Worley and Mr. Keever can certainly jump into the conversation as well. We have an e-hall pass system at our high schools.
You have what?
An e-hall pass system where we use this system. In fact, Dr. Worley want to explain it because you've actually used it and can explain it better than I can.
Sure, it's a paperless pass system to go places throughout the school, and one of the benefits of this is once you are signed out to go somewhere, the whole administrative team and all security can see exactly where every student is supposed to be. If they've signed out of a classroom, we have access to movement within the building, but it's an electronic version of a pass, and schools use it to different levels. Some are really, really engaged in it, but all of them use it in some way, shape, or form, but it's a paperless pass system.
And students use their cell phone for that. So that safety piece and monitoring piece by administration would disappear immediately if we can't turn our phones on at all in the school. We are concerned about students with medical issues. If we say no phone out at all, completely turned off in your bag, there's going to be some students who take their phone out and actually monitor everything from diabetes and other things like that. So we're immediately identifying a student as an exception when they bring out their phone in a classroom because no one else is allowed it out. And so we're identifying potentially some students who look after their own medical issues at the high school level. We do have concerns that, yes, there's safety in having them on, but there's also, as Ms. Hunley referenced, you maybe don't want everybody using a cell phone with an extreme situation, but a lot of parents actually monitor where their students are, where their children are using the cell phone and using apps on their cell phone. So if a student doesn't turn up at school and go somewhere else, the parent can tell where the student is. But if we say turn your phone off when you get to school, then some parents aren't able to use that app on their phone anymore. And some parents rely on that to look out for the safety of their students. There's just a few things. I mean, Mr. Keever, Dr. Worley, is there anything else you would
add at the moment? I thought they do the e-hall passes on their computers. I've never seen them use their cell phone to do the e-hall pass.
They can use both, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, both are used throughout the building. They both can be used.
One of the questions as we begin, I'm sorry, Ms. Ortega, go ahead.
I just was going to call on the next person, but if you want to respond to that.
I'll hold until Ms. Young.
Okay, go ahead, Mrs. Young.
I think for me and from talking to other board members, our concern is the lack of disengagement for students that are in classrooms, and I recognize that's probably not all students, but I also think that the fact that kids can go into the bathrooms and text each other, and like Kim said about do TikTok videos and cause continued problems. I mean, fights in schools because of things that are happening out in the neighborhoods that really do not relate to anything that's going on in school. But it's an unfortunate side product of having phones. I think phones are wonderful. I love my cell phone, but I'm an adult and I monitor myself. A lot of our kids have no monitoring ability, it seems like, and I do understand the concern of parents. My concern is kids coming to school to learn. And I think sometimes phones are a big distraction, and I think that probably one of the things that I saw when a phone was taken away from a kid was at War Hill High School, and a kid was upstairs and was kicking the wall and totally out of control. And that was when Mr. Hudson was there at the school. And he calmed the kid down, but the kid was so out of control. And I think we're enabling some of those behaviors by not providing a more adult approach to this. And I think what I want kids to do is when they take their phones out is to use them appropriately. And that just isn't happening all the time. It's just not.
And we understand it's not happening every classroom, every single time, but in the grades 9 through 12, if you read the language, it does say that students shall not display or activate personal equipment during class time unless specifically given permission by a teacher or school administrator. And so I think we have an education piece and an expectation that needs to be even stronger of our classroom teachers and administrator to fulfill the current policy rather than make it more restrictive. And I think it's on us to. A lot has got better over the last year, but there's obviously some work to do because there's still some concerns. I mean, I believe the current policy meets our needs if we're able to fulfill it.
I think that's, I'm sorry, can I?
No, go ahead, go ahead.
I think that's why we're all here at this point, feeling there's something wrong and that it's not strong enough because it hasn't been enforced. So I don't know what to do about that. You either, I mean, at some point when we go into the schools, we talk to the administrators, we talk to that you observe things. If it's not being enforced, it's laughed at, and it doesn't matter what lines 207 through 216 says because no one's paying attention to it anyway.
Well, I think a lot of people are, and a lot of teachers are enforcing it, but not all, and therefore we've got an inconsistency from class to class, and that is part of the issue as well. Dr. Worley, you're in schools very often, and Mr. Keever, we all are at different places. Is there something you would add to the conversation, or Mr. Keever?
Sure. I think one of the things in talking with our principals about this is, we're concerned maybe about unintended consequences, and then also being able to police. If we say, 1,200 students, every phone is off and put away and on vibrate, the reality of that happening is not, it's not strong that all 1,200 are going to have that off. And so how do you manage a change so big right out the get-go? And also, as we were talking about the policy, some of them really feel like it's not necessarily the policy that's the issue. We've got to really do some of the things you're talking about, making sure all teachers are providing and facilitating engaging instruction, and that we set the expectation strong again out the get-go. I know we made this transition beginning of last year. We constantly checked in with our principals who were saying they were seeing a difference. Things are going really well. There wasn't an issue. If we are going to make such a big change, we have to be able to monitor such a huge change, which would take a lot of time. The majority of time, I think the first couple weeks to months of school, because it is a huge change. And parents do expect to be able to get in contact with their students when they want to. We do live in a different world today than maybe 10 years ago or 20 years ago. That was part of our conversation. And think...
But is that okay?
Yeah. And
see, that's my problem. I don't think that's okay. I don't think in a school that a parent should have the right at any moment to contact their child and expect their child to where did that all come to be okay? I mean, there seems to be this just acceptance, oh, that's the way it is, whereas I think as a school board, we can set the expectations to say that's not okay. That is an interruption. It's and I would be guilty of it too. I would be the one that would, hey, you forgot your lunch. I'll bring it at lunch. That's just because I can do it doesn't mean I should do it, and doesn't mean the school should allow me to do it.
To that same end, if the policy were a unified statement for K-12, does the board then intend for it to be enforced?
Of course.
Yes.
So our ability administratively to enforce that policy, you would be setting administration. I don't believe we can tell you that we can enforce a K-12 policy that says it needs to be on vibrate, silent, ringer off is not acceptable, that it must be off the entire time, because I would hazard to guess that even in our K-8 setting right now, while there may not be quite the same level of concern that you have at the high school, that those phones are not off. Let me one additional point, that if we go that direction K-12, our adults in the building, to include the teachers, will need to model the expectation.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm not exactly sure that we're ready organizationally for that either. So I think that what we're trying to suggest to you is administratively, we understand where you're coming from. However, our ability to help schools administer a policy change where the phone has to be off when you walk in the door, I don't think we're going to be able to logistically help you ensure that policy is followed.
I think can I say one thing? I feel like we're missing the forest for the trees. Like the point, I don't think that the point is that no cell phone can be switched on at any point in the building between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. The point is that we don't want kids using cell phones either in the classroom or in the hall or the bathroom during class time. That is the end goal, right? The end goal is not that kids can't be listening to music on their way into their classroom, or that they can't be texting their parents at lunch, or that, when in between classes they can't respond to their mother's text about forgetting their lunch. That's not the end goal. The end goal is how it's affecting instruction and how it's contributing to issues during class time. And I feel
thought
like
they were going to be in backpacks or put away.
I feel like it is honestly, in my opinion, it is a little bit more on the enforcement end than it is policy end, because, and not to put any more burden on teachers and staff, but if it was really from top down, this is consistent, this is how it is. And it does say in this last line of the 9 through 12 paragraph, students must turn devices off, it does say off, as instructed. So if every teacher told the kids to turn their cell phones off as soon as they entered the classroom, they would have to do that according to the policy that exists.
But what you've described, Mrs. Ortego, is the 9 through 12. I mean, your expectations and the ability to text a parent during lunchtime or between classes.
Right.
You've just described that for good reasons.
Right. I realize that. I'm trying to say that is not misaligned with what Mrs. Hummel is saying, or Mrs. Young or Mrs. Hundley. It's rather than saying because these few tactics can't work, that we have to ditch the whole strategy is not what we should be doing. That's what
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
But what I've heard is that it's better this year than last year.
I believe.
And I see heads nodding, and I'm happy to hear that. But I still think it needs to be a stronger policy, and I guess we can maybe ask senior administration to go back and talk about strategies that you think would work to make that stronger. And I do totally agree that it needs to be modeled by the adults in the classrooms. That you don't, I'm going to go text my wife and see if she needs milk tonight. I mean, we need to be modeling good behavior too. About, I can't tell you how many times I've left my ringer on in here, and you all know that's true. And I've been told to turn my phone off, and I've done it. And it's not just because I'm an adult; it's because I also respect the people that are in this room. And I think there's a lack of respect for our teachers that have worked so hard to prepare lessons. And I mean, if you're listening to an earbud in here, you're not listening to that listen.
Right.
So I'm really concerned about this, and my daughter told me this is a lost cause, by the way. But think that we as educators need to do something more than what we're doing.
Well, I think the board's policy, in my mind, is strong right now. And I do think we do have some more work to do, especially 9 through 12, in the enforcement of the current policy, which doesn't say shut the phones off completely for the whole day, but does focus in on the classroom piece, which I think is the piece we're most concerned about
And the bathroom
at this
and
moment in
hallway.
time.
So can I just look around and say, are we at a point where we're kind of at a standstill? Do we need to table this one for another week? Can we come to a point where where I'm just trying to get a gauge from the room on where we are, if we need
I just was going to add one thing. I think part of the problem with this is, and I think Mr. Keever hit it on the head, is enforcement. We don't have anything written in here in our policy at all about enforcement. What are the consequences for a student who doesn't comply when the teacher says turn off your device? You know, there's nothing in our policy that talks about that, and maybe that's part of regulation.
Yes, Mrs. Young, I think that would be part of regulation. I think what we don't want to end up with is, a level of consequence where you're suspending a student and taking them away from the learning environment because they turn on their cell phone. So there's sort of a balance in there somewhere in trying to approach this, and I think we would ask as administration to give us an opportunity to take this to the next level in the next school year, or at least for the first several months of the school year, and then revisit it again. And if the board feels that we haven't been able, it's not strong enough, we haven't been able to accomplish what you want us to accomplish, then we'll go a step further. But we would ask you to consider giving us that little bit more time. Mainly because of the feedback we've had from principals and where their priorities are. It's not all on cell phones. It's on so many other things that are so much more egregious than cell phones.
But the kids that do know the policy know when they're not following it, because I see it on their faces. I'll come through or whatever, and the principals take, and then the kid, then they see you and it's like, oh crap. Or even in the bathroom, oh crap. So they even know that they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing with the cell phone. So they know, and then I didn't say anything. I was like, yeah, you got caught, but I just went on about my business. But it's not every, I understand it's not every child, but I just thought the expectation was in backpacks so that you can focus on instruction. But it's not happening everywhere.
Dr. Beers, did you have a question?
Well, it is happening somewhere, and I'm going to tell you how they do it. We have an elementary school in here, in our system. It has the largest percentage of free and reduced lunch kits. And they started at the beginning of the year, under the guidance of the guidance counselors, tabulating exactly which kids were doing something occasionally, more than occasionally, on a regular basis. And what they started to do is the ones who only do something once a month, that's not the same thing as somebody who's kicking and punching, 2 or 3 days a week. And what it led to was the recognition that it was a relatively small number of kids who were doing things, who were misbehaving on a regular basis, are relatively small. The ones and twos, they were handled pretty well.
Dr. Beers, are you referring to cell phones?
What?
Are you referring to the cell phone use?
I'm sorry?
Are you referring to the cell phone use right now?
No, I'm talking about, I'm looking at a much, because that could be one of, that can be.
You're talking about as an infraction.
The infractions, yeah. I don't think you can't legislate everything. There can't be laws that cover it. We know that there are laws that people regularly break. And these are kids. And what happened down in that school is they started working with those kids in small groups with the guidance counselors, they kept track of the incidents. And over the course of the year, they didn't necessarily see a drop of that occasionally, but they really saw a drop in the number of absenteeism.
Yeah.
Number of kids. They were high. But that.
So you're saying
that's
we
a
should apply
right,
that to cell phone use?
violation, and some of the other behaviors, as well. And I think, when we talk about the middle, especially the high school, that's what we're talking about now, and the behavior of the kids. When you turn on, you go into the restroom, you use a cell phone, whatever it might be. And I'm not afraid to say this because I think it's really true. Most of the time spent by high school guidance counselors is focusing on schedules. They do not get involved in counseling kids like this. And I think it's you can't just let them run wild. I know that. And you can't let them, if we have rules about phones, we have rules about phones. And then you start to deal with it. I don't think the answer is, well, you've done it 6 times now, we're going to suspend you.
Yeah.
I don't think that, maybe there are some chronic kids, but it's a small number of kids. And the other ones, I think the other part of that is the usual disregard that teenagers have for adults as well. But I don't think, I just don't, I don't think I think it's important to reinforce. And you violate this, this is the 4th time, okay, that phone is not coming to school anymore. I don't want to see that here anymore. I think that's part, I completely agree with that. And what I also have realized is the application of those varies from school to school.
Right, I think that's what our main issue is, that we want a consistent.
First of all, they have to be reported.
Right.
Teachers have to say, this is the 4th time. And it has to go somewhere.
Right, they have to keep track.
Something has to happen. If teachers have decided, there's no sense of me reporting anything. Nothing's going to happen. I don't even know what's supposed to happen. And I think that's the other part of it, is all the teachers don't know. I don't think they've read really thoroughly, not all of them, the student handbook and what the consequences are and how to deal with that. But more importantly, they're also, we talked about strategies this evening to help kids in this area and that. We need strategies for that, just as much. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry I'm talking a lot because I listened to a lot of people for quite a while. So
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Beers, for that. Mrs. Donner, I think you had your hand up at some point. No, Mrs. Young.
The only thing I was going to say, I think senior leadership should take this back and look at it. But secondly, where it says in the policy where it says electronic devices and inappropriate use, I would like that to start with cell phones, electronic devices and inappropriate use, because we're talking mostly about cell phones here. And I think that might clarify some of this. But I do think that part of the discussion should be that before it comes back to us is what are the possibilities of enforcement and what are some of the consequences, and then we could probably have another discussion about it. And
Okay.
I don't know if I'm alone. I don't think I am.
Mrs. Donner did have put her finger up again, so I'm going to go there. Then Mrs. Hummel.
I've been quiet because I'm just listening to the different perspectives. I will say that as I listen and think about high schoolers and understanding kind of what the sentiment is of what we are trying to accomplish, I think we need to give the senior staff the ability to try to, if they've made progress this year, giving them some time to then set expectations next year, because we're talking about the teachers enforcing, but I haven't heard a lot of conversation about what's the parents' responsibility in this, and having that as a, like, that to me is actually where the first line should be, is they're setting the expectations with their children about what is and is not appropriate in school. And as you talked about, them setting the expectation that they are not engaging with their child while they're in school in the first place. But as I think through, right, what I would do is, like, starting out the year, like, this is a cell phone policy. We are going to, if we continue to see improvement, that's fine. But if not, then the school board will create a much tighter policy if you all can't live this, or and so that is the, like, you've been warned. You have first 3 months of school to get it together. Otherwise, a more draconian policy might be coming through.
Yeah. If I may comment again, Mrs. Ortego, we did that with attendance this year. We had such a focus on attendance. We had family newsletters focused on attendance. We re-explained the rules and defined attendance and the fact that everything counts towards chronic absenteeism. We've now changed policy to get even tighter around that. But we actually invited parent participation and support in that through our communication. And maybe that's the piece we haven't done to any extent to do with cell phones. So I think there is a pattern of success with attendance that we can certainly apply to this policy and try to create a new start to the school year with greater expectations. And if we're unable to have their parent support and student complying with the policy, then we look at something more strict and say, don't bring them to school.
Mrs. Hummel?
Thank you for that, because I think what I'm feeling as a board member maybe is that the board feels very strongly about this, but I don't get the sense that administration has that same passion of enforcing it and making it, like, I just get this feeling that the board is driving this, and I'm like, come on, why isn't it a joint board and administration that are passionate about solving this problem in our schools? And if it could be like the compulsory attendance, attention, the starting out with the newsletters, and that we're all a unified group of administrators and board members that want to correct the behavior.
Yep, I think we're right there with you. It's just how to make it happen without spending every teacher's and an administrator time totally focused on this than on other things. And so I do think there's an opportunity to invite parents to be part of it. And then if we're unable to get there, parents will understand why we're being more restrictive. I think at this moment in time, to enforce a much more stringent policy, without that effort, we would lose parent support with some of this.
I'm okay to let it, my opinion is I'm okay.
Okay.
Keep it as is, as long as I see a concerted effort being made to enforce and make sure that the policies that are already out there are being followed.
And we'll bring it back. And we'll certainly provide you the communications that we start to give to administrators, to parents, to students as they walk through the door to start a new year.
Mrs. Young, did you have another
I
comment?
still would like that changed. I mean, does anybody else feel like that if we put cell phone electronic devices, maybe highlight that? If that became part of our policy, I don't think that's a big deal to ask for.
I think we can certainly do that.
So-
That's a great change. It just highlights it as one of the key things. I think that's a great suggestion. When we can certainly make that change as part of this now and part of the code of conduct, and then come back and see where we are with the rest of it.
I will say, as a board member, my concern is kids being in school too.
Absolutely.
I mean, but I just think sometimes cell phones make that even more difficult because they get on YouTube or whatever, and school is kind of secondary to that. So,
So for tonight, if I may, are we propose, are we okay with this going forward, or are we bringing it back with changes to discuss?
With the cell phone thing.
With minor language to the electronic devices, cell phones and/or electronic devices, just to highlight cell phones in both those paragraphs, I think would be very appropriate.
Okay. But we're okay with this appearing on consent agenda with those proposed changes next time.
Right. And then,
Everyone's okay with that?
yeah, and
Yes.
then Mrs. Ortego, if we could get some feedback from senior leadership about the strategy going forward for next year, so that because I think this board feels very strongly about this. I mean, I don't think you've ever seen us this riled up about anything.
And we appreciate it. It's not that we're not there with you. We want to find a way to make it happen. And we're concerned if the policy were to be changed tomorrow, that we don't have the ability to enforce it at the next level. So, but if we're able to take what's currently there and enforce it, I think the board will probably be in a better place as well. We've work to do. We understand, but we are with you in it.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
In spirit, for sure.
Yes. Well, I think I'm confident that all of us have the same end goal in mind. So we just have to figure out the path together. And I think for now we're good with this separated out, coming back with Mrs. Young's changes about cell phone. All right. And with that, we have reached the end of our policies. All right, moving on to 10.1, approval of personnel actions. Can I have a motion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I move to approve personnel actions as presented.
I second it.
Ms. Aller.
Yes. Mrs. Donner.
Aye.
Ms. Hummel.
Aye.
Mrs. Hunley. Aye. Mrs. Young.
Aye.
Dr. Beers.
Aye.
Mrs. Ortego.
Aye. And can I have a motion on 10.02, approval of award of contract for Laurel Lane roof drainage and gutter?
I move to approve the award of contract 21-14760 Laurel Lane Elementary roof drainage and gutter repair to Centennial Contractors in the amount of $102,800.
Thank you, Ms. Hummel.
Second.
Ms. Donner.
Ms. Hummel.
Aye.
Mrs. Hunley.
Aye.
Mrs. Young.
Aye.
Dr. Beers.
Aye.
Mrs. Donner.
Aye.
Mrs. Ortego.
Aye. All right, our favorite time of the evening, board member comments. I'm going to start with Dr. Beers.
I really don't have much to say. I think we've had some good discussions this evening, and we need to have more. And I think it's really important to find out specifically what some of the schools are doing to try to deal with this issue, because it is an issue. And once again, I want to compliment the individuals this evening who gave us tremendous amounts of information dealing with Goal 1 and Goal 6. It's just always helpful to get that kind of information, and it's data driven as well. Sometimes I have issues with scientifically based because it's a wokey used often term that I think is almost has no meaning now, but it's okay. I get it. It's all right.
Comprehensive approach. Comprehensive approach.
Okay. Is that it for you, Dr. Beers? You're good? You're done. Okay. Ms. Hummel?
I'm just going to keep it really short and just say I'm looking forward to graduation on Friday. So also just appreciation for our discussion tonight. I really like this board, and I like all I like the way we've got the work session set up so that we can have this dialogue, even though it is 8:56 p.m. And I really appreciate our senior administration for sticking with us for the long haul. So thank you.
Ms. Young?
I'll just say I am looking forward to the graduations. That's an exciting time of the year. And ditto to everything that has been said thus far.
Mrs. Donner.
I will start my treatise for the evening. So I just wanted to just say congratulations to Mr. Townsend. That's just an amazing. And also wanted to acknowledge Aylin Parham. She received a National Endowment for the Humanities Summer Teaching Fellowship. And so she'll be going, it's her second year in a row getting that, and she'll be going down to Thomasville, Georgia to learn about the civil rights struggle in education in Southwest Georgia. And the GED ceremony was wonderful, and loved both the Lafayette and Jamestown Honors Orchestras playing. I think it just made it a beautiful event. And that's my comments.
Thank you. Mrs.
I'm going
Hunley.
to keep y'all 4 more minutes. So I enjoyed the Herbie Hancock, and this is, okay, so I'm going to preface the definition of jazz. First time I heard it should apply to this whole group. It was the individual freedom, but with responsibility to the group. That was so important. And active listening to function, which I feel like we have done tonight. Individuals' parts coming together as a whole. I think we did that. This is the part where I am guilty. Half of us are emotional and half of us are intellectual. You know, I am the emotional one. I'm not going to apologize for that. Collaboration with others. And so when I look at each of you, I'm going to see a different instrument, and just know that we're all going to make beautiful music in the long run. Okay, honors projects, I went to that. That is high schools, students getting a doctorate, and that's their dissertation. Though, I mean, they blew me out of the water with their senior projects. The exceptional games were fun. The kids didn't want to rotate from that dance floor, though. They were dancing up a storm. That was just beautiful. Some schools had the senior march. Of course, I went back to Stonehouse because I do still have children that I taught, and to see them in their cap and gowns come through with the 5th graders behind them. And I'm saying to the 5th graders, one day that's going to be you walking through with your cap and gown on. Schools, we had our 3 high schools got $152,000 worth of grants. 80-some students got grants to go to different institutions, and there were a lot of students that got money for Virginia Peninsula Community College. So that really made me happy. I'm going to let you do the thespian thing that we did together, so I'm not going to steal your thunder on that. And today, Miss Boyd had a mock trial with her law and debate students, and I was on the jury. And I've never been picked for jury duty, and if this is any indication of what it feels like, I don't want to ever be on a jury. But we did find the person not guilty. And, I felt bad because there's kids that really felt that they laid their case. And so, anyway, they didn't have enough substantial
Your
evidence.
letter's in the mail.
So, yeah. So, anyway, good things are happening, and I'm looking forward to graduation, and some teachers need to recover, and some are going to recharge because some are going to be teaching summer school, and some are going to be getting school going places to get more. So I think that was less than 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mrs. Hunley. I will keep it very short. Because you mentioned the thespian thing, Mrs. Hunley and I were invited to speak at the induction at Jamestown High School for the Thespian Society last night. And I've never done anything like that before, but it was very fun. Very great group of talented kids, and they seemed very excited. So congratulations to all of them, and we were both honored to be invited to participate. Just want to say thank you to all the presenters and senior staff tonight. This agenda was a heavy load, heavy lift. We're rolling our eyes because it's 5 hours, but each portion of this represented many more hours, so thank you for all the work that went into tonight. And thank you all for bearing with me as I chaired my first meeting, so I hope it wasn't, I'm not asking for applause, I'm saying Greg is a lot more on top of it, but we made it. So with that, I will just read the upcoming events, because we have to. Tomorrow night, Duke of Gloucester Street Senior Parade at 5:30. I think that was mentioned tonight, but I enjoyed that last year, and I'm looking forward to that again. War Hill High School, Royal Hill High School graduation at 9 a.m. at Hampton Coliseum on Friday the 9th. Jamestown, same day at 12:30 p.m. Hampton Coliseum, and Lafayette High School graduation, same day at 4 o'clock, Hampton Coliseum. So that will be a fun day. WJCC retirement ceremony, June 13th at 5 p.m. at Matoka Woods Room of the School of Education, College of William and Mary. A school board retreat that we just recently scheduled to discuss our SOP on June 14th at 8 a.m. here in central office. And policy committee is meeting on June 15th at 8:30 a.m. in room 108 of school board and central office. Upcoming meetings, closed session on June 20th at 5:30 here in room 300 of the Annex, to be followed by a regular meeting at 6:30 in James Blair Gymnasium. And then closed session on July 11th at 3:30 p.m. here in room 300, and the followed by the work session and action items on July 11th at 4:30, again here in room 300 at the Annex. And our agenda is set for the next meeting, and with that, this meeting is adjourned.